We are on the cusp, the very cusp of playoff life here in South Florida. A little bit nervous, a little bit excited. Don't know what's going to happen. A lot of people think they know what's going to happen, but you don't know what's going to happen. The Heat, in just a few hours, going to get things started against the Milwaukee Bucks. Milwaukee, of course, Algonquin for the good land. Nonetheless, top seeded Milwaukee, best record in the NBA. The Heat, built for the playoffs. Eric Spoelstra. Oh, so going on. We got to get ready for it. It is going to be big. It is going to be great. It is going to be beautiful. Then tomorrow, the Panthers going to be getting their playoff run started. Once again, much like the Heat. Last year, they were 1 seed. This year, they're an 8 seed. They're playing the number 1 seed, big bad Boston Bruins, who have had an unbelievable season, one of the greatest regular seasons of all time. A lot of people saying, that's okay. Anything can happen in the NHL playoffs. Hey, anything can happen in the NBA playoffs. By the way, Vlad, we picked every single game perfect yesterday here on Sports Day when it comes to NBA playoff. Perfect. I mean, you got to toot your own horn every once in a while when you do it right like that. So, yeah, feeling good about that. Of course, we're going to be getting to some predictions. Not only that, Vlad, we're going to not just predict today's games. We're going to predict pretty much every series, and we're going to pick a winner of the NBA Finals. Now, spoiler alert, we've been perfect so far. So if you don't want to spoil the playoffs for you, we'll let you know later when we do that segment.
I mean, I did say the UM was going to the Final Four. So, and you did say the Panthers were going to make the playoffs. So I'm saying we're good with these predictions.
Absolutely. Jay Hustler, he's jumping in on the YouTube Live. Of course, we've got YouTube Live. We've got Twitch. We got here on 560 WQAM and the Odyssey app. He says, what's poppin', fellow New Yorker? Jay Hustler. Of course, everybody's happy to be from New York. The Knicks won yesterday, baby.
We're always happy being from New York. And it just made it better. I mean, I have orange and blue skies.
It is true. When your team wins, man.
Beat Cleveland, baby. Like I said.
I was with you on that one. I falter a little bit. I get a little nervous sometimes. But, man, so today, the Heat, do they go out there? They start throwing punches? Or does Milwaukee go there and big boy them? We're going to find out a little bit. 5:30. So we're taking this thing to 4:15 because
we're taking it to 4:20.
I'm taking it to 4:20. You know what, Alejandro Solana? I know you're probably listening. You're in the gym doing your thing. Today we're taking it to 4:20. We're going to take a couple of minutes from your preheat show. No worries, man. You can actually jump on early with us. We're going to 4:20 today. Get you ready for preheat with our dude Alejandro Solana. Then you got Tommy Tig on the pregame, Jason Jackson on the call, and Tommy Tig and Alejandro Solana are going to be on the postgame. But in the meantime, we are going to get you going. We are going to get you hustling. We are going to make it happen. Of course, you can join in the show. We want you to be a part of it. 305-567-0560, the number to text in. Of course, Facebook Live, Twitch. Send your comments. Just look for 560 WQAM. Kinson just walked in. My cousins. That's what I'm talking about. Cousin Love right there. Jay Hustler laughing a lot because he said, well, he asked me what's popping. Marlins are streaking. Oh, Matthew. We're going to talk about that. Don't you dare worry. Above 500.
All right. We'll talk about it.
Sweep the Diamondbacks today. Not a bad Diamondbacks team.
Oh, you happy your girl's looking good now?
My girl, man, we're good. We're having a great weekend. 4-game win streak. I feel like we figured everything out, me and my girl, the Marlins. If you're listening right now, and people do all this, like, why do you talk about your relationship on the radio all the time? I'm like, no, I'm talking about my relationship with the Marlins. Oh, we had such a good weekend. Let's finish strong, baby. Let's finish strong. Luis Arraez comes in there late. Boom, baby.
Hey,
that's why we got you.
This guy was a great hitter. He won the AL batting title last year.
Yeah.
And I kind of knocked it when he came to the Marlins. I thought, whatever. But so far, these first 3 weeks of the season, he's been lights out, man.
Gotta love that, man. But tonight, the big game, Heat, Bucks. You and I talked about it yesterday, Vlad. We need Jimmy to be Jimmy. I say I need 30 points from Jimmy at least. Of course, everybody knows that Bam, Tyler, they got to play like a big three. You need 20 from Tyler at least. You need some timely shots from him. You need Bam, double-double. Like we said, we need 20 and 10 from Bam. Is that what we talked about yesterday? 20 and 10 from Bam?
You definitely need 20. You get 20.
You get 20 and 10 from Bam.
But that's because, like, you get 20 and 10 from Bam with Jimmy doing what Jimmy does. Like, that's what I'm saying.
Well, Jimmy's going to do what Jimmy does. The biggest surprise today would be if Jimmy isn't Jimmy, isn't even playoff Jimmy. You figure Jimmy's going to go out there and ball like he did against the Chicago Bulls the other day. So you figure if Jimmy isn't Jimmy, well, then forget about it. You know what? If Jimmy doesn't show up and he's not playoff Jimmy, doesn't matter pretty much what everybody else does. But I need some timely shots from Max Strus. I need 20 from Tyler Hero. I need 20 and 10 from Bam. More like 20 and 15 from Bam because, you know, you're going to Giannis and everything going on like that. You need Gabe Vincent hitting some good shots. Everybody has to elevate their game. If they know that's a lot to ask. Well, you're playing the best team in the NBA. We're going to have to ask a lot. You're an 8 seed trying to be a number 1 seed. So much hope, respect, and love. So we're taking it to 4:20 today. And then Vlad and I are going to have to make a quick exit. I don't know why. Well, that's because the pregame's coming on. That's why I have to make a quick exit at 4:20. You know, nothing to worry about that. Much love. And once again, a lot of people texting in. A lot of people also chiming in on the Twitch and YouTube live page. Jay Hustle, you got to love the New York love right there. The question is, will Bam be a big man today? We've said it. At least I say it. Vlad, you'll probably agree with me. I call it the Bam barometer.
Like, Bam is better than Brook Lopez.
Gotta be. You gotta outplay Brook Lopez.
And this is no knock on Brook Lopez because
he's a great player.
He's a very good player. He's a defensive player of the year finalist, and that guy can shoot the three. But Bam Brook cannot outplay Bam.
No,
he cannot outplay Bam. This is all on Bam. If you guys want to make this series interesting, it's all on Bam.
I've said it before. Bam barometer. If at halftime you see Bam doing some good things, you got a shot. Might even win the game. If Bam's out there with 2 points and 4 rebounds at halftime, might have to look at that 1-0 series. Oh, man. Let's get to the headlines real quick, and we'll get you kind of caught up on everything that is going on in the world. The Heat, as we said, and the Bucks, they open the series today at 5:30 in Milwaukee, Algonquin for the good land. The Bucks are favored by 9.5. Vlad, how do you feel about that 9.5 line today? Game 1. A little bit of nerves maybe kicking in. What do you think? That's tough.
I kind of want to, you know what?
Vegas is so smart.
They're the smartest men in the world. I might bet on them. I might bet on the Heat. Man.
I'm going to say that's too many points. I go Heat there.
I think. All right, here's what I think. Do you have Milwaukee hasn't played in a week. Their last game was last Sunday. Right?
You're a little tired though.
But are they in rhythm? You know, a week off, it's gonna take some time to get your rhythm back, no matter what. And you're talking about the intensity of the playoff. Heat have already been in playoff intensity. Like, they've already been in playoff mentality.
Yes, Bo said it in the postgame. He says it feels like it's week 2 of the playoffs for us.
I kind of like that.
Week 2
in the playoff, that means they got, you know, they as I like to say, they got calluses. They you know what I mean? They've been through it. I'm gonna take, you know what? I think the Heat could steal today's game. How about that? I think they have a better chance of stealing game 1 than game 2, because I think game 2 Milwaukee will get their win, and and I think they'll probably, that's the game they probably could beat like the Heat by double digits. But I think game 1 is the game that the Heat could steal tonight.
Yeah, I'm really hoping that the Bucks come out a little lethargic, a little rusty. The Heat mid playoff form, kind of go out there, pop them in the mouth. Who knows? Maybe get some wins out of it. Let's talk about other playoff news. Philadelphia, they spanked Brooklyn 121-101. Boston got by Atlanta 112-99. I told you, watch out. That could be the upset of the day. Nope. Atlanta's just not that good. They were just good against us in the play-in game. That was it. That's all you're going to get from Atlanta, by the way. Does anybody think Atlanta's going to do anything in this series?
No, I mean, dude, you have a game where, I mean, during their playing game against the Heat, there was rumors of trading Trae Young, your best player, and you're already having rumors about trading him. The organization's ready to trade him.
Great team on paper, by the way, but
they're very talented.
Yeah,
I don't know what it is.
And they can't get it together.
And even though, you know, Fraggle Rock might be a pain in the ass, but he averages 27 and 10. That's not easy to do.
That's not easy to do. No. And for just like you said yesterday, in case you're wondering, Fraggle Rock is
Trae Young.
Okay. The Knicks defeated Cleveland 101-97. Were you ever in doubt yesterday, Vlad? Was there ever a moment you said, uh-oh?
No. I just didn't. I just wanted to see if this team was going to be the team that was, like old Knicks teams, and then like have Donovan Mitchell somehow pull up 43 points and beat them. But
you were scared. And the game of the day, what a game, by the way. Sacramento, they downed Golden State 126-123. The first playoff game in NorCal, as they like to say, in about 17 years, and it was a win, and that place was crazy. We predicted all those games. We're perfect for the playoffs right now. We'll see how the rest of it goes. Today at 3 o'clock, Lakers, Grizzlies. Of course, we talked about the Heat. They've got that game at 5:30 against Milwaukee. Then at 8 o'clock, you get Clippers and Suns. Then a late game, 10:30, Nuggets and T-Wolves do battle. Two teams that never do anything in the playoffs. The Nuggets and the T-Wolves. It may be a battle to see who's trying to lose more. We'll just have to wait and see. Should be interesting. The Panthers are gearing up for game 1 of their series against Boston tomorrow at 7, but could be doing so without Sam Bennett, who is questionable with that lingering groin injury. Hey, look, when you're going up against one of the best teams of all time, you want all your ammo. So I don't know about Sam Bennett. Maybe he'll try to give it a go. I'd like to see him at least try to give it a go. Zion Williamson the other day didn't try to give it a go. They said he wasn't cleared. Zion said he didn't mentally and physically think he was ready. Sometimes you want to just say, get out there, give me 2 minutes, and then get off the ice or get off the court. And at least we say, okay, he tried. That's enough. Sam Bennett, go out there. Be tough. Let's see what happens. Sources claim the Dolphins and former Cardinals receiver chosen Robbie Anderson have agreed to a deal that would make him Miami's number 3 receiver. His name's now Chosen Anderson, but originally Robbie Anderson from South Florida. So welcome back to South Florida. Let's make some catches. Let's make some touchdowns. Let's make some magic on the football field. The Marlins took another from the Diamondbacks yesterday, 3-2. Avisail Garcia. He heard the cat calls, the boo birds, the request that he has to play better this season. He's played better this season. He went 2 for 2 yesterday, and Miami goes for this sweep of Arizona today at 1:30.
Look how happy you are.
I mean, Avisail Garcia, everyone said, look, what are we paying you for? You have to have a big season this year. You got to play better. And he has played better.
It's slow down, Dan. Don't sprint. It's a marathon.
I know.
Baseball 6 months. He'll be exactly who he is.
Okay. Well, exactly who he is over the past couple of years before he came to the Marlins was actually pretty good.
Before he came to the Marlins.
Yeah, well. Avisail Garcia, so far, so good. Not so good. Inter Miami. They have acquired and are negotiating a new contract with former CF Montreal defender Kamal Miller. The Herons look to end their 5-game losing streak and 2-game scoreless streak next Saturday. Actually, it's this Saturday now at 8:30 when they play the Houston Dynamo. Inter Miami, only the second team in MLS history to win their first 2 games, then lose their next 5 games. At least they got 6 points. That's all I can say. Former Canes corner and current defensive coach Marcus Van Dyke is headed to FIU and will be a cornerbacks coach. The NFL has approved the first quarterback helmet designed to help prevent concussions. The new design will be available this coming season. I am guessing one of the first players in line to get that special concussion helmet is our very own Tua Tagovailoa. Can't be too safe. Judo, helmets, everything. Canes baseball team took 2 of 3 this weekend from 13th ranked North Carolina in Chapel Hill. They face Bethune-Cookman Tuesday at 6, then FAU Wednesday 6:30. That game going to be up in Boca. U.S. national Daryl DK was stretchered off the pitch yesterday as his team West Brom defeated Stoke City 2-1. He is expected to miss time with an Achilles injury. The U.S. men's national team, always get excited just talking about them. They face rival Mexico April 19th at 10 p.m. Then again, the two will play in the CONCACAF Nations League semifinal. That is June 15th at 10. When it comes to USA Mexico, they cannot win big enough. And when I say they, you know, the Yanks. USMNT. Come on, Christian Pulisic. Give me that hat trick. Virginia's Mike Hollins played in the team's spring game yesterday. The tailback survived a gunshot wound in his stomach after a gunman opened fire on a team bus, killing 3 of his teammates back in November. Good to see that. Trying to heal those wounds, both physically and emotionally there in Virginia. Big ups to Mike Hollins and that whole team. And now, big ups because we're taking a step into the day spa. Video has emerged of a possum crawling all over packaged meat at a grocery store in Australia. Oh, man.
I need that.
You got to be, I was going to say, you got to be wary of the reduced price meat. I don't know. Even though, there's that thin layer of, whatever that is, plastic, I can't do that, man. I don't care. I don't care how cheap.
Let me ask you that.
Actually, even if it's free. No. Possum meat.
Which meat would you want? The possum meat or the meat that the possum was on?
Actually, I would rather eat the possum meat because at least it's fresh and it hadn't been stepped on by a possum,
So you would rather eat the possum than the
meat? Yeah, because if I see how it's prepared and everything, yeah. Do you like possum?
No, I don't eat
You never had possum?
No.
You having a little stew. That's usually how you make it.
I'm from the city. I'm not from the
Oh, yeah, that's right. You can get raccoon, you can get possum, nutria rat. Usually you can put it in a stew, kind of like iguanas. It seems like a lot of the food that
Why do you think? Why do they think that putting something in stew is gonna make it taste?
Because it's going to mask everything.
Like,
because
no, it's still a rodent or an animal.
Yeah, you're still putting rat in your mouth, basically.
Stew doesn't make rat tight. No,
It doesn't.
No, it
I'm not
doesn't
saying to
make
make
it
it
taste
good.
better.
Maybe it hides some of the.
It ain't no like, ooh, put some special sauce on it.
Yeah. Put a lot of ketchup, Tabasco. Sometimes you got to do what you got to do when you're eating possum and raccoon, snake, nutria rat. Oh man, that's happy endings for everyone. Miami Heat have a huge game tonight. One of the guys that might be coming up huge for them could be Max Strus, and he may have a reason why he wants to play so big, not just tonight, but this series and this playoffs. We'll talk about that next here on Sports Day 560 WQAM.
Hey, want to see the ugly mugs that
560 Sports WQAM. This is Sports Day on a Sunday. We're going to be taking you to 420, getting you ready for that Heat Bucks game 1 in Milwaukee. Woo! We know Jimmy has got to be Jimmy. Bam, you are our barometer. You play well. We play well. Tyler, said you want to be a starter. You said you want to be a star. You don't want to be the sixth man of the year. Time to prove it. Everyone else really stepped up their game. One guy that stepped up his game against the Chicago Bulls, Max Strus, 31 points, hitting a big clutch three, looking like Max Strus of last year in the playoffs, although this year he's kind of been up and down and up and down and up and down. But Max Strus, it may behoove him to ball out this playoffs. Yes.
Why would it behoove him?
Because he is a free agent at the end of this season.
Trying to get that bag.
Got to get that bag. If you're Max Strus, it is no holds barred. It is time to go. It is time to play. Whatever happened earlier this season, don't worry about it. You ball out this series, win or lose, you are looking for a payday because you got good size, you got good range, you've proven you can score points defensively, pretty good. This is the thing, though. It's happened to the Heat so many times. There's a guy on the bench right now that's getting paid a boatload of money. It doesn't hardly ever play. You get fooled again. Let's say Max Strus balls out, has a great series, win or lose, doesn't matter. At the end of the playoffs, Max Strus takes a huge step forward, hits some big shots, makes some big plays, has a lot of big games. Is that one of those things the Heat say, this happened to us before?
Nah, all you gotta do is look down the bench and look at Duncan.
So, what would you say? Now you're Pat Riley and the powers that be at the Heat. You say, man, Max Strus, his season was kind of up and down, kind of expected him to take that big step up, kind of needed him to, but in the playoffs, he was clutch, he was big. What type of contract do you offer him? Do you think that's realistic as a Heat brass or anybody in the front office for Max Strus with everything that's happened in the past and everything that he's done recently, as we say recently, in these playoffs where he really kind of quote unquote balled out?
Meh.
No 3-year?
No, I think the Heat they gotta.
What about?
I don't know, blow up the team, but they definitely gotta change that roster. This roster cannot. A lot of players that are on this roster now cannot be back next season.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, so Max Strus balls out.
I think Max Strus he balls out, but I think that there's certain players that only are good on a certain team because they develop them. You know what I mean?
What I was thinking is this.
I think Strus is good for the Heat, but I think he might have to take a hometown discount. They're not going to get Duncan Robinson.
No.
They're not.
There was a time when people were saying this. Kendrick Nunn, better not let him go. We better keep him locked down. He can score. He's a microwave. You put him in the game. He's good. What's Kendrick Nunn done since he's left?
No, he's been traded. He's been traded to the Lakers. He was
injured and he had some issues, but
nonetheless,
nonetheless,
Kendrick Nunn. Last season, I gave him so much props. He played a whole year. I mean, he got paid for a whole year and then didn't even suit up. Not one game.
Doesn't matter who you play for. When you're injured, you're not playing.
But he still got a bag from the Lakers. He didn't play one game, and then he played a couple of games this season, and he got traded, and now he's in Washington, and he's probably gonna be a journeyman.
There was a time,
years, but I remember, yes, because we fall in love.
Don't let him go.
We fall in love. We all do. We all fall in love with the underdog, the guy that nobody gave a thought about, and we did. The Heat always notorious of getting these type of players, developing them into becoming more than like just role players, like significant players. Some may become all-stars. Riley's always been done that since even when his days in the Knicks, with the Knicks, John Starks, Mason, those type of guys. Ike Austin when he was here, those type of guys. When you find them, yes, you love those players, but then sooner or later you realize they only might be good because of the system that they were in.
So Kendrick Nunn, we saw what happened. Don't let him go. Now, of course, we're going to say Hassan Whiteside, premier big man in the league. Let's pay him. Oh, yeah, that didn't work out very well. Duncan Robinson, all-time three-point field goals for the organization. That didn't work out well.
Nah,
Start thinking.
You got to reconstruct this team.
Oh, but you say, but is Max Strus different? Nah. To me, hometown discount time. You'll give him 3 years, but it's not going to be this big payday.
I don't know about no 3
Now,
years. I might
if he
give him
balls
2.
out, though,
Balls out where?
what team is willing to give him the biggest contract, do you think?
I don't know. It depends on what type of balling out he does. I mean,
let's say he averages 17 points a game, hits some big shots, makes some big plays.
Time out. He's going to average 17
Let's
points.
say he has a great playoffs. A great playoffs. Yes.
Fam, if he was averaging 17 points a game, the Heat would not be in the
No,
state that they are.
In this playoffs.
I don't believe it because I've never seen it. You got to show me.
Well, if he does, so that makes it interesting. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, but he's still not going to get a bag from me. Okay. Unless this 17 points leads you guys to an Eastern Conference Final, Game 7, or NBA Final appearance, or NBA title. I'm not giving Max Strus no big bag.
Well, look, people are agreeing with you. Our guy Richie up there in Richmond, Virginia, he started listing people. Duncan Robinson, Derek Jones Jr., Keith Askins, James Jones, Ike Austin. He said, preach, Vlad, preach.
Yeah, they develop these players.
Right.
And it's the system, like you said. And then once they leave the system, they're not the same player.
What?
And here's the other thing. Great job. One thing I give credit to this organization, the coaching staff, they know how to hide weaknesses. But this is a league. These are some of the smartest coaches and smartest, scouts out there. So whatever you were able to hide one season, they're going to find it the following season. And they're going to make sure
with time,
they're going to get on that weakness and prove it.
The book comes out on everybody.
And that's what happened to Duncan.
And when you're undrafted, the reason you're undrafted is because, at least at the time, you didn't have that much talent.
Or they weren't considering you.
Right.
They weren't looking at you as a significant contributor.
So these guys go out there, they ball out. It's a good system. They kind of hide some of their weaknesses. There's no book on them. Then the book starts coming out.
Yeah, and they got mad chapters. They got chapters on you.
Let's not forget about Dion Waiters.
The whole 9.
Dion Waiters. Don't leave Dion Waiters out of this argument. Pat Riley.
Oh, Dion has always had he always had delusions of grandeur. He always thought he probably better than
Well, we paid him like he was better.
And that's another, you also drafted guys with the confidence and stuff like that. Mario Chalmers always thought he was Mario Chalmers thought he was the biggest of the biggest 3. And he wasn't even part of the big 3. He thought it was a big 4.
Yo.
But what I'm saying is this. They do a great job in developing these players.
But how about this? Thank you next. Like Ariana Grande said, thank you next. Max Strus, Kendrick Nunn, thank you next. Let's get another guy.
And that's the thing. That's when you can always say that because of your history.
Yeah, that
you can
proven.
Always find a younger, hungrier player that you can find
for another year or two for cheap,
for a good 2-3 years on the cheap.
Because there's a fact that needs to be addressed. This team needs a bona fide another scorer on the team.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm stating the obvious.
Yeah,
we need a bona fide score.
But then this goes back to what I said earlier, and I've been saying every time. It's all about Bam, bro. Because if Bam needs to show that you're a legit number 2.
Yes,
and I think he's a number 3. So
he's a legit number 2 some nights.
Right.
Then he's a 3, sometimes a 4 some nights. I know people are going to. There's some nights he doesn't do it. At the end of the Chicago Bulls game, before he made some free throws, he was like at 6 points.
And I understand what you're saying, because if it wasn't for Strus
in a win or go home game,
if it wasn't for Strus getting being let loose, that Bulls game, the Bulls beat you
in a win or go home game.
And Jimmy gave you what Jimmy gives you.
He had 15 rebounds, but Bam, come on, we paid Bam, so we got him. We're in that bed. We're cool with that. That's fine. But yeah, he needs to step up. I think Strus, if he balls out this playoffs.
Okay, but
I think one of our guys on YouTube Live, Tony Wiley, says, like most, I think Heat Nation, Strus isn't worth a big contract, highly inconsistent.
That's not me. That's not me, bro.
I know. Let's take a break and let's get into hashtag what's trending next here on 560 WQAM.
Magic and death-defying stunts. No
It is a Sunday Fun Day Sports Day here on 560 WQAM. I am Dan Day, my cousin Vladimir Louison. Appreciate everyone jumping on. We are fired up about Max Strus and the contract that he may or may not get if he balls out during the playoffs. My dude Lewis from the Wolfpack text in. We got all types of people texting in, people on Twitch and YouTube Live. They're saying all types of craziness, so I figure we're not done yet, Max Strus. Good guy, nice guy, love you. Ball out this playoffs, but can we give you a big contract? Vladimir's saying, nah, man, the ghosts of the past. They speak way too
Not even the ghost
loud.
of the past. It's the ghost next to you on the bench.
It's the ghost of the man that's sitting next to the water boy on the bench.
The guy right there next to you.
Man, yeah, like we can't pay you, bro.
I can't pay. Here's the thing. Like I said,
Kendrick, none.
It's not even about if he did that. If he showed you consistently that he was able to provide you these points, these minutes, and these moments, the Heat would not be in the playing game. They would have, say with all the struggles that happened this season, they still would have been a 560. They wouldn't have not had to been. They wouldn't have to play Atlanta and then Chicago if they had any type of performance that Max Strus had on Friday. If they had that throughout the season. So then, therefore, yeah, I would have been like, well, yeah, Max Strus has shown this year and last season. He's shown the 2 years that he's a consistent contributor. That didn't happen this year. And I'm not expecting that against Milwaukee.
I really did expect him to step up this year and really have some bigger numbers and be a bigger part of this team. And he was extremely.
Spo is the best coach in the league. So therefore, he can cover a lot of weaknesses and mistakes, little kinks in the armor. He can do that. But this is why it's called professional basketball. This is why these guys get paid. They're going to find out your weaknesses. They're going to expose it. They're going to show. They're going to have, like you said, a book. They're going to have chapters on how to neutralize this player. When they know that your only weapons shoot the ball and you're a liability on defense, they're going to expose you to that.
And it's one of the oldest tricks in baseball. What you do, you call up your top prospect pitchers at the very end of the season, right before the playoffs, because guess what? There's not much of a book on them. They go out there and they light you up and everybody goes, this guy's going to be the next big thing. But then next season, as the season goes on, down. Why? Because there's a book. And today, with the technology they have, they're going to figure you out. They're going to come at you because they've got people that spend basically 24/7 in your facility mapping everything out and getting you so that Max Strus doesn't score 31 tonight. Bucks are going to say, whoa. We're not having that. Jimmy might be Jimmy, but no. So, yeah, that contract, ooh, man, even if he balls out, I don't know.
But it's like everything has to work out for the Heat.
Go ahead.
You have Jimmy needs to be Jimmy.
Of course.
Bam needs to be all-star Bam.
Yep.
Tyler needs to be 6th man of the year Tyler.
Well, maybe even starter Tyler.
I mean, but the performance.
Right.
And then you also need Strus to let loose.
Like I said, it's a high standard.
Pause.
Well, you're playing the team with the best record in the NBA.
And with all of that,
with the best player.
You could do all of that. And if Milwaukee plays like Milwaukee, you're still getting smashed by 20.
Milwaukee is the team. If everyone hits every single game, everyone's on their game, they win.
Yeah.
They win the whole
Skunk
championship.
Rule. Skunk rule.
Everyone hits.
Skunk
you
rule.
Still win.
You got to hit the reset button.
This is the important question to ask. In the offseason, the Heat thought maybe the answer to some of their problems is Kevin Durant. This offseason, who do you match with Jimmy, Bam, and Tyler to put them in that top echelon? Realistically, someone you can trade for or someone that you can get on the free agent market. I don't know. Free agent market would kind of been there. Who's somebody that you would love to see?
I think it's time for Dame.
Ooh.
I think it's Dame time.
Is he ready, though?
It's Dame time. Okay, so
we know he can score.
The reason why people have been ripping Dame for why he's shown so much loyalty to the Blazers is because Dame is like beloved in that West Coast region, not only in Portland but in Oakland. Like he's not when you're talking about players having to take care of families and like their loyalty to their community and stuff like that. Dame Lillard is the epitome of that. So for him to move cross country, it's more than just basketball with them. But I think he's reached the point right now where Portland's saying they're about to rebuild, and he's not there for any rebuild. He's been there already 11, 12 seasons. He doesn't have another rebuild left in him. Miami needs to do this. Okay,
Get him.
Because the only available guy that's out there is Kyrie, and I don't know if Miami and Kyrie can mix. You guys would just go crazy.
There's two ways of thinking of it, and I'm gonna play both sides for you, Vlad, and you tell me which side is more crazy, because they're both kind of crazy. Kyrie doesn't fit Heat culture. It's not going to work. It's going to be absolutely terrible. It's going to be a mess like it was in Dallas. He's just too far out there, and we're not for everybody.
So
that's one side.
You don't want that drama, right?
Okay.
All right.
Let's play the other side. Heat culture takes over. Kyrie just needs discipline. He just needs a family around him, and he needs people to kind of guide him in the right direction. He's going to fall in line, and you're going to see him. Jimmy's not going to let him be crazy and flip off fans and show up and not show up and do this and do that. Bam. Heat culture will take over and will prevail in the end. Is that crazy? Yes.
I'm going to tell you this.
Yes.
If the Heat got Kyrie, I definitely would. I would tell Udonis to stay another season.
Udonis's knuckles would be so bruised by the end of the season.
Udonis would have to be there for another season. So that's why I say, to avoid all that drama, you go after Dame. You can get Dame. I think it's not going to be disloyal if he decides to leave. I think he's given Portland 11 seasons. He's not only said it, he's shown it. He's shown loyalty.
He's talked the talk. He's walked the walk.
He's shown dedication to that community. He always said that, he's not trying to jump on a team. I'm trying to get on
chasing rings.
Right.
We've heard his raps, Dame Dollar.
But now he's chasing rings. It's time to chase
look
rings.
At where he's at, man. And I mean, you're
a top 75 player, but you've only seen the Western Conference final once and you got swept
by the eventual champion Golden State Warriors.
Right. So he probably only has.
He's probably got about 3 more years of good scoring in him.
2-3 definite good years of that's Dame.
Let me explain myself. Portland Trailblazers fan. Why? Because when I grew up in New Orleans, there was no team yet. There was no Pelicans yet. I like Clyde Drexler. I like those teams that made it to the playoffs and into the NBA Finals a couple of years. So I've always kind of followed the team. As a Trailblazers fan, if Dame Dollar does leave the team, he's done his time. He's done his part.
He did his bid.
Nobody was mad at Clyde Drexler when he left either. He did his thing. He stood by this team, this organization through everything, the city, everything. There would be no hatred at all if he would be traded for or come to the Heat in some way, shape, or form. I think it's actually a good fit for him. He can be the number one. He can be the number one scorer, and he should be the number one scorer. Jimmy can be Jimmy.
No, he would take so much
off of Jimmy's plate.
You have a guy who can
score from anywhere.
Right, but create his own shot. And he, Dame will play some good defense being in that Heat culture. I think right now that would be the move after the season, because let's face it, man, in reality, and this is not me, the Knicks fan, taking a shot at the Heat, the Heat organization. The reality is you're going against the best team in the league right now. With the best player.
With the best player. Let's be honest. We've got the best team with the best player. So probably, in my opinion, the best two-way player in the game too. Drew Holiday plays on both sides of the ball. Excellent player.
Check out the wordplay. So you want to keep it a buck. So let's be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Keep it a buck. Milwaukee Bucks. Giannis.
Oh, nice.
I know. They have to put some type of fear. They have to make Milwaukee not go. Milwaukee might be. You have to hope Milwaukee's there being overconfident. Like they think this is nothing. They can easily beat the Miami Heat. Because remember, Giannis only played 1 game this season against the Heat, correct?
Right.
And then he got hurt in that game. He didn't play the 2 games in Miami.
Yeah.
So
there was one game, I think, was it in Miami, where he played 6 minutes and they still won by 20?
No, it was in Milwaukee. It was I think it was the first, it might have been the first or second game after the All-Star break.
Right.
But it was, and he only played like 7 minutes, and then he re-aggravated an injury, and then they still lost by 20. So therefore, you haven't even really faced the MVP. Like, you haven't even faced Giannis this season. So it doesn't look good in this series. But I do believe they can steal one today.
Yeah, definitely. Being in your groove.
And Milwaukee has rust.
You're kind of feeling each other out. That's our round 1 of boxers. They kind of feel each other out. Who knows? 305 texts in. How about Karl Anthony Towns with Jimmy Butler?
Nah, they don't get along.
Well, the thing is, Cat would stretch the floor, but
they don't get along. Jimmy hates Cat. Remember, they were in Minnesota together.
Right, that's right. So
with
Jimmy, who did Jimmy like in Minnesota? Do you like anybody?
I think he liked Wiggins. He didn't like Cat.
And then when he was in 76ers, he liked Embiid, but he didn't like
Ben
Simmons.
Yeah, he didn't. You know,
Good judge of character right there.
I don't know what you're trying to say. Jimmy don't like light skin brothers. That's
No, he's talking about lazy brothers, sisters.
You don't
people.
like. You don't like. They just got punchable faces, man. Ben Simmons and Cat have punchable faces.
Man, just think about the
like
76ers. You had a choice, and you chose Ben Simmons over Jimmy Butler. Whoo! That's tough right there. That's why you will probably never see a championship anytime soon. I don't know. We'll see. But that's the thing. Yeah, Bam and Cat. We're seeing that Cat and Rudy Gobert aren't playing that well together. Is that Rudy Gobert? I'd like to blame
it's
Rudy Gobert.
I'm blaming Fetchy. Sorry.
Do you think Cat and Bam could play? Let's just say in a crazy world, Cat does come to this team. I think, yeah, because he could be the inside outside.
Former Wildcats.
You'd have a lot of size and length.
The Kentucky Wildcats. They'll play well together. But
you need an elite scorer.
But they're not.
That's why Dame time.
Minnesota's not trading Cat.
No, it's one of the cornerstones.
Yeah, if you trading, and they're gonna win a lot. And I don't know what the Heat have as for trade aspects. Trade prospects with the draft picks or anything like that. So
I will say this. A lot of Heat fans have been saying this, including Dolphin fan 863. He's on the Twitch page. Remember, you can watch us live, YouTube live, Twitch. Listen, it was 560 on the Odyssey app. Hero has to go. I have heard more and more rumblings about Hero. If you can bundle him in a good trade.
Is it that he has to
Think
go?
about this.
Or is he your best trade?
Let me tell you this.
Prospect.
If you can get 3 good scoring years from Damian Lillard, but that means you have to trade a young Tyler Hero. If I'm Pat Riley, it's a no-brainer.
Right.
Should have traded for what's his name?
Donovan
Mitchell. I was posturing for that, and people said I was nuts that I would give up Tyler Hero, who's just about as good as Donovan Mitchell is.
No, Donovan's a little bit better. But here's the thing, though.
A little bit?
Listen, I'm going to say something about Donovan Mitchell that might not.
Just because he's playing your Knicks right now.
No, Donovan Mitchell's a great player. He's a great offensive player, but he can't play not one lick of defense. Okay? And therefore, and sometimes those big offensive production numbers, they look good, but you still lose. You know what I'm saying? Like, you still lose. And sometimes you got to see that maybe he could put up big numbers, but it doesn't really translate for the team. It doesn't help the team. Like, who else had a big game last night for them? It's only Donovan and Garland. Garland had 17 points, but he shot 7 out of 13. But the other guys didn't do anything. So there's certain players who can put up big numbers, but because they put up big numbers, it doesn't do anything. They still get the L. And that happened against Denver in the bubble. That happened last year. That's why wasn't worried about Donovan Mitchell against the Knicks. We had Jalen Brunson. Jalen Brunson busted that man's ass all playoff last year. Same way Jamal Murray busted that man's ass all bubble 3 years ago. So, yeah, he's a great player. Maybe he needs to be put in a system. Now, Donovan Mitchell and the Heat culture,
that could be big.
That could be different because, but that's because he's going to have a lot of accountability. Like, you just can't be scoring and not play any defense. So, yes, I can understand like a player like that, but I can understand why Heat fans, like we said earlier, you love the guy that's your homegrown. You love homegrown talent. You love the guy that you drafted and you developed, and you see how the progression, and you see why now
he's our guy.
He's our guy.
But you can't get caught up in that sometimes. Our guy can sometimes not be the best guy. And we're under some bad contracts, man. Kyle Lowry, and everybody I tell Kyle Lowry's going to make $30 million next year. Like, oh, the Heat aren't going to pick up that option. They aren't going to pick up that option because there is no option. Kyle Lowry's here. What if Kyle Lowry wants to be traded? Why would he want to be traded? Duncan Robinson, sitting on the bench making $90 million. What are we doing here? So Max Strus, ball out or don't ball out. You should ball out because you'll find another team that'll pay you this free agency in the contract. The Heat need to be warned.
They got to reconstruct this team. Like they gotta get a bunch of younger 3-and-D guys because more athletic and guys that really complement Jimmy very well. And yes, Hero is probably your best prospect because he's young and people love a guy that can put the ball on the floor and can shoot the three. Bam. I don't know if people would trade for Bam anymore because after the Rudy Gobert trading for a big man like that, I don't know if that. Yeah, so I think Hero is your best trade prospect, but you would have to probably put Bam and Hero, for Dame if that has to happen.
One poquito thing from last year that's different from this year? One little thing.
What, PJ Tucker?
A tough guy. A junkyard dog.
And I'm glad.
And you
that
can say,
brought this up.
Bam's tough, he's strong, Jimmy's mean, he's
I'm glad you brought this up.
We are missing that. Grind it out.
And I'm glad you brought that
hard-working, blue-collar, bring your lunch pail dude every day that does the dirty work, doesn't need the points, doesn't need the rebounds. What you need me to do, I know what to do. I'll take care of that. That's been a big difference.
And you're going against that, a former Heat player, a guy that gave that to you in 2020 in the bubble, Jay Crowder. You're missing the Jay Crowder.
We should have gotten him in the offseason.
Those are Heat guys. Those are the type of guys, like the guys who's gonna dive on the floor, the guy who's gonna set that pick and let that other player know from the opposing team, like, no, we're not having that today. The guy who's gonna get into the shorts, pause, but like get into the face of the opposing team's best offensive player. You make it difficult. Yeah, you don't have that.
We need that mean guy. That's what we're missing. We're missing scoring. Yeah. Kind of cover that up. You got that mean guy that does what it takes to get you that W. And you say, well, what is PJ Tucker? Well, it's a lot of intangibles, first to worst in the playoffs this year.
And he's a guy that, he's not an offensive weapon, but guess what? He put that man in that corner. He's hitting that three.
That's it.
Jay Crowder himself.
You need some timely threes.
They will give you a timely three.
You need a timely bucket. You need some good free throws. I got you. Hold my beer, as we used to say. Well, what I said last night, but nonetheless, that's it, man. Trying to figure it all out.
Listen.
We need that. But I mean, I'm not saying like that's what we need to possibly draft. And you can find where the Heat are going to be drafting one of those junkyard dogs somewhere.
I don't know what they're going to do. I mean, they still have the postseason. So let's give them credit. They are back in the postseason. Both the Panthers and the Heat. Even they were the top seeds in the playoffs a year ago, and now they're 8 seeds.
Worst seed. First seed to worst seed.
I'll just say 8 seed. But and they're going
not good matchups either, by the way.
No,
so I'm like, we're okay with the 8 seed because it's a good matchup. Not so much.
One team is going against
the
best NHL record wise
regular
season in the Bruins, and then you're going against a former champion and the best player in the game right now. 2-time MVP.
We'll touch on that and more next. This is Sports Day on 560 WQAM.
Breaking news from
Sports Day with Dan Day.
That is right. Sunday, Fun Day, Sports Day. Vladimir Lewisson and I. Saturdays, Sundays for sure. Noon to 4. Today we decided let's go to 420. Why not? Get you ready for the Heat Bucks game. Oh. You know, it's amazing. Whenever like it's 420, I'll go like running around the building laughing and going, it's 420. You'd be surprised how many people are like, what does that mean? I'm like, come on, stop messing with me. They're like, no, seriously. Like, I have no clue what that means. Even my mom, Big Lynn, knows what 420 means.
Back in the days when my first stint here at WQAM, we had a show, overnight show, with the Dirty Boys with Joe Costello, Mark Eisenberg, myself, and Anthony Jamie and Paul Bauer. And every 420, we would play a little Jay and Silent Bob, you know, make blunt, that blunt song.
Yeah,
we would play that every 420. So to let everybody know what 420 was about. So
if you don't know, go ahead. You can just DM us on our social media at Dan Day Radio, at Vlad2078.
I mean, it's coming up this Thursday.
It's a big day, man. It's a big day.
Coming up in 4 days.
Load up on some water. That's all I'm saying. You don't want to have cotton mouth.
And get a lot of munchies.
But if you don't know what's going on, if you don't know what 420 is, of course, once again, at Dan Day Radio, at Vlad2078. You can jump on the Twitch page. You can jump on the YouTube live page, put a comment. That is 560 WQAM. Of course, you can just keep listening here on WQAM 560 in the Miami area, South Florida area, or on the Odyssey app, and it'll become pretty evident. 421 is National Testing Day. Yeah, I know that one, bro. But man, so much going on in the sports world. But the main thing tonight, Heat versus Bucks in Milwaukee. Place is going to be packed. I'm guessing they're going to be loud and proud. I'm guessing those Bucks fans going to be a little nervous, though. You got the Heat. They play some good defense. They've got Coach Spoelstra. You're a number 1 seed. You want to come out the blocks hot. You don't come out so hot. All of a sudden, you start saying, what are we doing? Nonetheless, if they go down 0-1, the Bucks, no team should hit the panic button after one game. I'll say that. I don't know. Maybe the Nets yesterday should have hit that panic button.
No. I guess, and this is one comment I hate in sports. When the road team wins, the series begins. The series finally begins.
No, the series begins in game one.
Yeah,
I hate that. Series doesn't begin until the road team wins a game. Shut up.
Well, what if a road team never wins a game?
Yeah, that's a series.
Yeah, the series never begun.
I hate when they say that. That's so stupid. Game one begins a series. Doesn't matter who wins.
Right. But Milwaukee loses game one.
You feel better about yourself.
Miami, you're going to watch game two with with house money, because you already know that this is going to be a 5-game series. Listen, Miami wins game one. There's a if necessary. That's how I look at things.
My thing is this:
step by step. If you win one of these first 2 games on the road, there's an if necessary. There's an if necessary. So the series is going to go 5. And you have to give yourself a chance that there was a game that you were going to give Miami. It was probably going to be a game at home. I was thinking more so game 3, right? So if you already if you split in the first 2, it's probably a good chance you're probably going to split in the middle 2, 3 and 4. So then you go to it. Now you have a 6-game series.
Yep.
I mean, now you're
4 game.
Well, I mean, if it's 2-2, you have a 2 out of 3 game, 2 out of 3 series.
3.
But the series is going to go 6 or 7.
Yep.
Nobody expected that.
Go for it.
So, yeah.
And the longer the series goes, the more it starts creeping up on the Bucks.
Right. It'll be more pressure. You're playing with house money.
This is my
That's
thing.
why I think you win game 1.
I never understand this about teams like the Heat that are big-time underdogs. When they win game 1, my thing would be game 2, play gonzo. Play weird. Play crazy. Do all types of stuff. Well, we're going to stick to the plan that helped us win game 1. No, the other team adjusts. They get back in the series. It's 1-1. Okay, we're figuring things out. I say you win game 1 tonight. Laissez les bon temps rouler. Let the good times roll. Let it all hang out in game 2. Don't stick to the game plan that worked for game 1. Just go out there and play free and crazy. Because everybody expects you to lose game 2 anyway because you took game 1. You're playing with house money. Why not do something stupid? Why not do something crazy? It might just work. And then you get up 2-0. You're heading home. Woo! Ooh, you
All
got
right.
yourself something.
All right, let's come down. Let's
Okay.
come back to reality.
And then we win this series, and then we win the next.
All right,
We're
let's
actually gonna do that next segment. Let's
get back to reality.
okay. Let's get
All
back.
right,
We're gonna slow
all right,
down. We're gonna get
stop,
back to that next
stop,
segment.
stop. Let's get back to
Also,
reality.
it's a historic day in the NBA. We're gonna get to that next segment. Also, let's calm down. Let's read some headlines real quick. The Heat and the Bucks, they open their series today at 5:30 in Milwaukee. The Bucks are favored by 9.5. Vlad and I have both said 9.5. That's a lot of points. A lot of points, especially from a team that hasn't played in a while. They're well rested, but they might be a little rusty. I don't know. Jump on them early, Heat. Like we said, that's one of the other cliches. We want to get out to a fast start, as opposed to what? Getting down 20-0? I hate when people do that, man. It blows my mind. In other playoff news, Philadelphia, they spanked Brooklyn 121-100 yesterday. Boston got by Atlanta 112-99. The Knicks defeated Cleveland 101-97. Those Knicks looking better and better. Looking like that could get that playoff. When was the last time they won a playoff series? Was it Omari Stoudemire? Carmelo Anthony?
No, we won a series we beat Boston in 13.
Okay. Been a while. Sacramento, they haven't played a playoff game in almost 17 years. They got one last night. They downed Golden State.
Fun game to watch.
126-123. That crowd.
That
Hot
crowd.
crowd.
That De'Aaron Fox, he's a certified. He's certified. He's a killer. He's a certified. That man got big move.
I told you yesterday when
he's got
we were going through the rankings of players. I said De'Aaron Fox is actually a little high on this list, a little low on this list. I'd put him up higher. He said, I think he's okay.
No, I need to see it. I need to see. Listen,
he showed it last night.
I mean,
38?
Game 1 he did. Game 1 he did, and I think he can continue that. But I mean,
Ooh.
I need to see. I need to see more. No,
talk about guys we could use for the Heat premier scorers that would fit into the culture. No, there's no way Sacramento would be that dumb.
They let Halliburton go because they knew they were keeping De'Aaron Fox.
Dude, De'Aaron Fox. You play in a small market that a lot of people don't watch. It's on the West Coast. Even if you're on TV, it's here in Miami on 10 o'clock, 10:30. You know me, I'm a late night creeper, Vlad. You kind of like that too. I catch a lot of those games. I catch De'Aaron Fox ball off.
I'm a degenerate.
Night in, that too. Night in, night out. He balled. Congratulations, Sacramento. You get your first playoff game and first playoff win in almost 17 years. Tonight, though, we are back at it. We got some action. Lakers, Grizzlies, 3 o'clock. I am not a huge Lakers fan, but I absolutely hate the Grizzlies. And you love to see LeBron James put Ja in his place. Say, sit down. Wait your turn.
I love it. Like I said, it's the old guard versus the new.
I like that.
The new kids, man. So Sacramento won last night. Let's see what the Lakers or Memphis is going to happen. No big men. No big men for Memphis. They don't have no Steven Adams. They don't have Brandon Clark.
Oh,
Lakers are playing very well.
They still got Jackson, though. Although he kind of plays.
But Jaren Jackson, if he's going to get in foul trouble.
He's got that funky three. It goes in, but it's funky looking, man.
I mean, everybody, look, Sean Marion had one of the funkiest shots. Forms that I've ever seen, but
flipped it. I mean, whatever works. It's good.
But it's going to be interesting. Those young legs against the experience of the Lakers. If they can keep it into a half-court game, I think the Lakers can win.
Everything's set up for the Lakers to win tonight. They can do it. They've got the experience. They've got the star power. They've got the players. Memphis is a good team, but you can see that happening. At 8 o'clock, you get Clippers, Suns. Will it be the Suns team that we expect it to be? We'll find out. I think it's going to be a close game.
One more? Do you think we get another Kawhi performance like 2019 Kawhi?
Yeah, I think.
You think we can get another? We could get a 2019 Kawhi that led the Raptors to an NBA final.
I think he's got it in the tank.
Title.
I don't know if he's got enough to win the whole thing, but I think he's got enough in the tank to make a run.
Are we going to see Russell Westbrook? Or are we going to see Russ? See
no, there's no going back to Russell Westbrook. Russ is Russ now.
He's just Russ now.
Ladies and gentlemen,
it's two.
I'll tell you the worst thing that could happen.
Two personalities with Westbrook. There's Russ and there's Russell. If you get Russell, you get the triple double. You get that guy. But if you get Russ, oh man,
I'll tell you this: one of the worst things that can happen for the Clippers. Opening play of the game, Russell Westbrook hits a three. He's gunning, and that thing could hit the backboard. It could hit a baby in the crowd. It could be anywhere. But he won't stop gunning because he made that first three. He's got that equity. Whoo! Then at 10:30 night, late night, great night. Nuggets and the T-Wolves do battle. I like to watch the T-Wolves.
I do.
I like Ant-Man.
Anthony
Edwards.
Anthony Edwards is a fun player to watch.
Great player.
And I like Mike Conley. I'm probably one of the few people who respect Mike Conley's game. He's so consistent. He's so steady. Mike Conley, if you're a young team that was trying to go to the finals or trying to make a deep run in the playoff, Mike Conley is such a great pickup.
Yeah, he's tough. He's gritty. He's that tough, gritty guy.
Gritty. I hope that he can give Denver. I hope he can help lead Minnesota to give Denver a series this year.
I think it's going to be an interesting series for a while.
This first round.
We're going to get into that next segment. We're going to predict these playoffs and kind of try to get you going in that direction. But let's talk about some other playoff action. The Panthers, they're gearing up for game 1 of their series against Boston tomorrow at 7, but they could be doing so without Sam Bennett, who is questionable with that lingering groin injury. I was talking about that in the first hour. At least give it a go. That's the one thing that as a fan, give it a go. If you go out on the ice for 3 minutes and then you say, sorry, you know what, as a fan, you say, he gave it a go. Same thing with Zion Williamson as a Pelicans fan. Even though you know you can't go, give it a go. Play those 2 minutes and say, coach, nope, timeout. No, I can't do it. Because as a fan, you say, okay, hey, look, he gave it a go.
Yeah, but you don't want to deflate the team by starting and then saying, oh, I can't go.
Or sub him in at one point, 2 minutes in, timeout.
And no, if he's not healthy to go, don't even suit him up.
You need all your ammo against the Boston Bruins, though.
I get it, but you want to go in there with a clear, confident mindset. You don't want to go there saying, okay, I'm gonna go, and then all of a sudden, I can't go, and then that's gonna bring the team morale down, man. Nah, keep your ass home.
Sources claim the Dolphins and former Cardinals receiver chosen Robbie Anderson have agreed to a deal that would make him.
How many more former Jets are going to sign?
Most likely number 3 receiver. Do you call him Chosen or do you call him Robbie?
I call him Robbie.
I call him Chosen. I call people by the names they want to be called.
No, I call him Robbie. His mama named him Robbie. I'm going to call him Robbie.
Okay. I say if you go through all that effort, I'll respect that. Chosen. Just walk up. Yo, what's up, Chosen? You doing good? Could he be that number 3 receiver this year that we're looking for the Miami Dolphins? Pretty good receiver back in South Florida. Does that make a difference coming back home? For some players, I think it does. For others, not so much. I know some guys are going back to New York and had some issues because they're out there partying, living the good life. Some of them. I'm not just talking about football players. I'm talking about players in general. The Marlins took another W from the D-backs yesterday, 3-2. Avisail Garcia went 2 for 2. Oh, yeah. Big time hit, big time win, above 500, going for the sweep. 1:30 is the first pitch. We'll keep you up to date on all that. I'll just say it's been a good weekend. I've been a very happy man. Me and my paramour, the Marlins, we're doing okay. Inter Miami, they've acquired and are negotiating a new contract with former CF Montreal defender Kamal Miller. The Herons look to end their 5-game losing streak and 2-game scoreless streak next Saturday, or this coming Saturday at 8:30 when they play the Houston Dynamo. Former Canes corner and current defensive coach DeMarcus Van Dyke is headed to FIU. He is going to be their cornerbacks coach. Did you hear about this, Vlad? The NFL has approved the first quarterback helmet designed to help prevent concussions. The new design will be available coming this season.
I wonder who's going to be the first person to wear that.
We know who should be the first person.
I know who should. That's why I'm saying I wonder who's going to be the first person given that.
Look, no shame in the game.
I'm going to give you a hint, guys. The first helmet is being given to in South Florida, to a quarterback in South Florida.
Maybe even the reason why the NFL has approved this new helmet. Maybe the reason why. You think?
He is.
It was a bad look last year in Cincinnati.
Cincinnati, Buffalo.
Buffalo was bad too. Oh, my back hurt.
The Buffalo game and then the Green Bay game. By the way, 2 of those injuries happened at the Hard Rock Stadium. So yeah. I'm just saying, maybe the grass at Hard Rock. Maybe you got to look at that.
Start watering that grass. The Canes baseball team took 2 of 3 this weekend from a 13th ranked North Carolina at Chapel Hill. This week going to be a busy one for the Canes. They get Bethune-Cookman Tuesday at 6, FAU in Boca at 6:30 on a Wednesday, and then they're going to be playing this weekend. I think Georgia Tech comes to town, so keeping an eye on that 6 o'clock Saturday game because you and I get off maybe 4, maybe something like that.
Nah, game 3 in Miami. Milwaukee.
Oh, well, we can't do that. Maybe we'll have to go to a bar instead. Live the good life.
Yeah, we might have to go. We might have to do some bar tours, man.
Speaking of the good life, our brewery tours, let's step into the day spa. Due to shorter games this season, the Diamondbacks, Twins, Rangers, and Brewers have extended beer sales through the 8th inning.
Nice.
So you know what that means. you got to pull your old move just a little bit later in the game. Instead of, after the 6th or 7th, you go and, I'm going to buy beers for me and my buddies. I need 4 Rolling Rocks. And you go back to your seat and you start wolfing down 4 beers. Now you just have to wait till the 8th inning.
Now here's a problem though. Marlins game or opening day, they did allow people to drink after the 7th inning.
Yeah, can't you go to a lounge after the game?
You only can stay in that lounge. You can't go back to your seats.
Oh, okay.
You can't go back to your seats. You can, if you get it from that place, that area, whatever bar area you got it, you have to stay there and finish the drink there.
Everybody does it though. For last call, they go up there and they're really buying beers for themselves so they can have enough beer to get to the game. But some guy always feels he has to justify. Oh man, they sent me up to buy beers for everyone. Like, you don't have to say that. Everybody knows what you're doing. Buying 2-3 beers because you want to get through the game.
Shout out
keep that buzz going.
Shout out to those teams. Extending the beer shelves after the 7th inning.
Baseball is doing this all of a sudden. They're adjusting. For the longest time, they kept all their traditions. Now baseball has embraced the new baseball. And tell you what, man, I'm a traditionalist in a way, but this new baseball's fun, man. It's pitch clock. It's not pitching out as much.
It's only fun because the Marlins are winning right now.
The Marlins are so good, man. 4-game win streak. They're hitting the ball. They got great pitching. So excited. Speaking of exciting, though, we have a historic day today that happened in the NBA years ago. And since we're going to be talking about the NBA, Vlad and I are going to take you through series by series all the way to the NBA championship next here on Sports Day 560 WQAM.
Text WQAM on the Kendall Toyota text line at 305-567
And now Doug Collins is telling them to take a foul so that he can take Michael Jordan out of the game, which is what he wanted to do from the beginning.
There's the foul. There's the end of a legendary career.
"20 years ago today, Michael Jordan, I'd argue the greatest of all time, at least in basketball, played his final game with the Washington Wizards in Philadelphia." You heard him just now being taken off the court. 3 minutes standing ovation from the Philly fans. And we know the Philly fans, they've got good hearts. They're really, really sweet and nice. 3 minutes standing ovation for Michael Jordan 20 years ago today. I'll say two things about that. Number one, feels like it was longer than that. Number two, I almost forget sometimes he played with the Wizards. I think I want to forget that he played, although his numbers really weren't bad with the Wizards.
I don't forget.
His numbers really weren't bad with the Wizards at all.
Yeah, he was old.
He was always just Michael Jordan, the Bulls, winning championships, maybe a little bit of the Birmingham Barons in there, but for the most part, man. And then he came back and he kind of, had it was kind of
man,
financial.
Wizards years were nasty. So I don't. People need to stop acting like Michael when he played from 1984 to 1998.
Yeah, he could ball, man. He was great, but that was it. So 20 years ago today, Michael Jordan's final game as an NBA player, and now he's looking to get out of the NBA. He's looking to sell the Charlotte Hornets, and he's going to make a boatload of money because he can't make enough.
Sell him.
Talking about the NBA, of course, we got the biggest game going tonight. Heat, Bucks. Seems to be a playoff rivalry. We got the Bucks in the bubble, and then the Bucks got us. They swept us. The next year, see if we can keep that playoff craziness going. But what Vlad and I are going to do right now, since it is the very beginning of the playoffs, yesterday was day one officially of the playoffs, we're going to walk you through each series, kind of give you how it's going to finish, and then we're going to walk you through all the way to the championship. So let's get started with the Heat and the Bucks. I've already told you, I think it's going to be 4-2 Bucks. The Heat win game 3, game 5. Vlad, what do you think?
I think you're about to get swept.
Oh,
gentlemanly.
Okay.
Gentleman sweep.
Maybe get that win tonight. Get the hopes up.
If y'all win tonight, this goes 6.
Okay. I'm down for that.
If they lose tonight and they played good, and then Milwaukee in the second half got their rhythm back and then just played Milwaukee basketball, yeah, I think it's a 5-game series. You win maybe game 3 and then lose game 4 and then go to Milwaukee and season's over.
Okay. Knicks Cavs, one near and dear to your heart. Knicks, of course, won on the Cavs home court last night. They're up on the series 1-0. Where do you see this series going?
I said Knicks in 6, but I really think the Knicks could give them a gentleman sweep as well. Donovan Mitchell's a dog. Don't get it twisted, but I don't look at the rest of the team. They don't scare me. They don't. I'm still waiting to see. Evan Mobley is a good young player. Very good defensively.
Fill it up too.
His offense still needs. I need to see more from him offensively. Darius Garland's a very good player. Karis LeVert gave them nothing, and their bench. That's the reason why I think the Knicks have a better bench than the Cavs. The Cavs are really Brunson. 6 or 7.
Jalen Brunson
and JB, baby. We got JB.
That's the right there. That's the wild card. That's
the fact of the matter is, you know what? You don't. Sometimes your best player is not your most valuable player,
right? Or your most valuable player isn't your best player.
Or your most valuable player. No, our best player is Jalen Brunson. But if you look at the roster, more people would think it's probably Julius Randle because he was a previous All-Star and stuff like that. But no, Brunson. What the key with Brunson is that the ball's no longer in Julius's hands, and sometimes Julius has questionable decision making. No longer. We got JB, baby.
And Josh Hart, man, plays
Josh Hart.
The name on the back is what he plays with.
Villanova, baby.
One of the
Shout out to Jay Wright.
One of the best rebounding guards in the league. He plays hard every single
play. You know that when he played for the Pelicans,
Love him.
how great he was. He's just a glue guy. And you put him in any team, he's just going to work. He knows how to gel with other players.
He's sneaky good.
I love Josh Hart. I love the fact that the Villanova backcourt that won national titles with Jay Wright is you see the effect that they're having in the NBA. So yeah, man, Knicks in 6.
Well, Cavaliers are 51-31 for a reason. They are the number 4 seed. Knicks are number 5 seed. I believe they do have some talent. I believe they're kind of sneaky good. These two teams are kind of sneaky good, but they're more sneaky good than the Knicks. That's why I think the Knicks in 7. I think it actually goes 7. It's 4-5 for a reason. I do think the Cavaliers will find a way to rebound from this first loss, but I still think the Knicks are the better overall, more talented team, and they're going to get the Cavs. Now, 76ers Nets. Yesterday, it looked like the 76ers, they're pretty much going to just walk through the Nets. Yeah, Nets will probably throw up some resistance. I got the 76ers winning in 5. Maybe the Nets will
4.
get
I
one.
think it might be. That thing's a sweep.
Okay. I said the Hawks had a chance, had a puncher's chance last night. They could get hot. Ice Trey could be coming out and knocking some stuff down. DeJounte Murray, Clint Capella causing problems. No, not so much. The Celtics took care of that. So now the question is not what the series, who's going to win the series, but what the series is going to be. And I am going to tell you it's going to be Celtics 4-1.
They'll go 6.
Okay, so you got the Hawks winning too.
I give the Hawks winning too.
Okay. Today, of course, you've got the Grizzlies and the Lakers playing. The Lakers in that 7 seed, Grizzlies in the 2 seed. Grizzlies got that young, dynamic team, although some of their bigs are out. Lakers, if they can stay healthy, you never know what's going to happen. What you got, Vlad?
7 Lakers.
Whoa! That's big right there. 7 Lakers. I still think the Grizzlies have enough, and just their youth and talent going to win out. So I think the Grizzlies.
I think it's the playoffs, man. Everything gets to half court. I think that the half court and experience of the Lakers will help them against Memphis.
Okay, I still think the Grizzlies can win in 6. I think just the Lakers will throw up a good fight at the beginning of the series, but then kind of wither away. We'll see. Kings Warriors. What a game last night. I expect this series to be high scoring and a lot of fun. I got the Kings winning. I've been with them since the beginning. I got the Kings winning. It's going to be not easy. They don't know how to win in the playoffs. They don't know how to win a series. Everything is new. The Warriors got that championship pedigree. I got the Kings in 7. What about you?
I think this goes 7.
Yep.
I'm gonna go with the champs, man.
Yeah, I know. That's one of those things.
You gotta show it.
I just said I picked against the champs
like,
in a game 7.
Right? Like I'm one of those guys. I'm getting old, man. I'm getting old, so I'm sounding like my dad. I'm sounding like my dad and all these cranky sportscasters that always go with the old school. Listen. You got to prove to me. I need to see that they can beat Steph Curry and Klay Thompson and Draymond Green, Steve Kerr. You could beat that team 4 out of 7 times in a series. Doesn't matter that they played like crap on the road this year. That man scares me. Number 30 scares me.
I like the fact that I went for a team that has no playoff experience in 17 years to win a game 7 over the team that has multiple championships. And I just believe
That's
in
the
Sacramento.
same thing with Memphis.
I believe in Sacramento.
I know Bron's in the year 20. I know he's 38, and sometimes he looks like he's 68. But the fact that he still looks like he's 38 and he looks like he's 68, and he's still dropping 30 on your ass.
Please.
I can't go against that.
Okay.
I've seen it too many times, bro. You know why? And then this is what happens. You go against them, and then they prove you wrong, and then you look at yourself in the mirror like, why did I do that? Why did I go against them? Like I don't have previous history to know that these guys are who they are. They one of them ones. Steph is one of them ones. Bron is one of them ones. That's it. I'm running with the old school.
I got the new school guys. I don't know. I'm always looking for what's next. I'm like that. Now this is intriguing. 4-5 matchup in the West. Suns, Clippers.
PG was there, man.
Now we know PG is going to miss some games, and they're trying to bunch up as many of these games before
PG upset with
back.
that. We talked about that yesterday on Sports Day
upset.
Saturday. PG is like they're the only series between games 1 to 4 that doesn't have 2 days off. That's messed up.
I got Suns in 6. No problem.
I got Suns in 6 as well.
Yep. I like those Suns, man. I don't know. And
you know who doesn't like the Suns though? Bad Bunny.
No.
Bad Bunny's with the
Bunny.
Clippers, man.
Bad Bunny
said
no. Bad Bunny said no.
Maybe Kawhi and Bad Bunny take out Devin Booker and KD.
What a combo right there.
That would be a great NBA
and we know
jam.
he's a fan. We know he's a huge basketball fan. He's been at Heat games. When LeBron broke the record of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, he dapped up LeBron. Bad Bunny might be at some of these games, man. Heckling. We're going to talk about some heckling that happened last night. Save it for something or nothing next hour. Interesting. Speaking of interesting, 1-8 matchup. Rarely do we say a 1-8 matchup is interesting, but the Nuggets versus the Timberwolves, 2 teams that have been pretty inept in the playoffs over the years. Seems like who's not going to lose this series? I still think the Nuggets are good enough. You got Jokic, you've got Murray. I still think they win in 6.
Here's the weird thing about this
I got them
series.
6.
Here's the weird thing about this series. Like if Minnesota wins a game early, like one of the first 2 games, everybody's going to start ripping Jokic, start questioning.
Can't win in the playoffs.
Right, can't win the playoff. Are they a legit championship contender? Are they a fraud? Are they a fraud number 1 seed? And if they win, and depending how they lose as well, because if Rudy Gobert is any type of factor in this series, the series could be long.
Yeah, he can make it tough if he plays really good defense, which he
Right.
can, and give you some dunks here and there.
But if Rudy doesn't do anything, this could be a gentleman sweep.
Ooh, could be easy.
And Minnesota has to look at themselves and like, we traded 4 like first round picks for this 7-2 goof.
If you're Nikola Jokic, though, you kind of like the matchup against Rudy Gobert. They're going to have to put Cat on him, right? They need more athleticism because Jokic can just eat.
And I think you put Aaron Gordon on Cat. I think that's going to be a good matchup.
Aaron Gordon's explosive.
He's an
man.
explosive.
He's
very good
really enjoyed
defender.
himself in Denver. He's
a
really coming to
very
his own.
good defensive player.
All right.
Yeah, Denver at 5. What am I talking about? I'm trying to give Minnesota no credit. Get out of here.
Second
I like your
round.
face, Cat.
Second round. Heat, Knicks. No, Knicks. We got the
Heat,
Bucks and the
Knicks?
Knicks. No, I'm joking.
Knicks.
He'd get past the Bucks, I was hoping. Let's say Bucks, Knicks. Vlad, put it all aside. Fandom and all. How did you see this series playing out?
Bucks and 6.
Okay. I would say Bucks in 5. I
Nah,
just
Bucks
think
not gentlemen.
they're just that much better, man.
They are better. That's what I'm saying. They
Okay.
win in 6. I'm not gonna be ridiculous. I think we can get 2 games out of it.
76ers, Celtics.
That's gonna be a 7-game war.
And I think the Celtics are battle tested, to be honest with you. I just
Yeah,
think they are.
You know what? This is how
I like
this is-
Joel
no,
Embiid.
No. It's not even about the players. This series won't even be about the players. Think about this, Dan. You notice that in every series that we talk about the Heat, like when we're talking about the Heat, the one thing I know that the Heat have a absolute advantage in is the guy that's calling the plays, the head coach, the guy on the
So
sideline.
you got Doc,
You got Doc
What's up, Doc?
against Joe Mazzulla.
Missoula.
I think Missoula's in over his head. I think this is all too much for him. He doesn't look. He just looks like a guy that's like every time after the game, like, whoo, glad they didn't find out today that I don't know what I'm doing. Thank God I'm coaching JB.
Thank God I got some
JT,
players.
right? Thank God I got some players. And Doc has a history ever since 2008. I don't trust that man in any important game in the series, game 5 or game 7. I don't trust Doc.
So who you got?
I don't know.
Oh, okay, we'll just go with the
No,
Celtics. I got
I'm
the
gonna go.
Celtics
I'm gonna go
going.
with the Celtics.
Celtics
because
in 7.
I'm gonna go with Celtics in 7 because of JT, and they probably have home court. But if I don't really think there's a significant advantage.
Wow. Okay, we'll see. Now you took the Lakers, so we're gonna go Lakers Nuggets. That's gonna be the matchup if the Lakers were win. The Nuggets were to win.
No. It would be.
I thought they put highest versus lower,
No,
higher
no,
versus
it-
lower seeds. No, they play it straight up now.
They played. No, it's 1-8, 4-5, 2-7, 3-6. So if the Lakers win, they would play the winner of the Warriors Kings.
Oh,
series.
really?
Yes.
Oh, so Lakers. Oh,
So-
and you picked Warriors too. So Lakers Warriors. No question about this.
7 games.
That is a Warriors 6 games.
Lakers in
not
7.
even that close.
Lakers in 7.
Moving on.
I'm saying Lakers 7. Warriors. Hey, for some reason, the Lakers pause.
I know-
Size and length give the Warriors problems.
Today's Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's birthday, but it's not his 24th birthday, man. Got a lot of pride in the Lakers. Okay. Nuggets, Suns. Oh, this one's tough.
Suns in 6.
I know. I've been saying it. I believe in the Nuggets, but I also believe in this Suns, and they've got KD, and if they can stay healthy, they've got the Dogs. I got Suns in 7, man. Suns in 7. Once again, the Nuggets, and they start hearing the chirp, 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 chirp. You can't get in.
That would be a series where I need to see if Jokic is if you're really that MVP, because clearly you would give the Suns with Booker and KD the advantage, but there's a mismatch. The one mismatch, Jokic versus Ayton. I don't think Ayton can hold Jokic. So if Jokic can do what he does and really control the game,
Triple double.
but just control the flow of the game, because you're talking, Phoenix is going to want to run up and down. Chris Paul's, even though he's a shell of his former self, but I think he still have one of those games in the playoffs where he could beat CP3. But I think you need Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr.
Yes, you do.
and PJ. What's up?
He's a great player.
You're a very good offensive
Aaron
player.
Gordon. Come on.
but I need to see more. I need to see more Michael Porter Jr.
Yep.
Jr. I need to see what's up. So I have Phoenix in 6 if they in the second round.
All right, Eastern Conference Finals. We're figuring this was going to be all along. Bucks, Celtics. What do you think?
Celtics in 6.
I was going to say Celtics in 7. Okay, I just think the Celtics match up better against the Bucks like they did
do,
last year.
For some reason, they really match up very well against Milwaukee, and they just smacked the crap out of them in Milwaukee by 40.
Mm-hmm.
You can't be beating me by 40 at my house.
Western Conference Finals. Suns, Lakers.
Suns in 7.
Yep, I got Suns in 5 in that series.
You really hate Bron, don't you?
I just don't think they're that good. They are who they are.
And
they're playing better, but these are
That's
7-game series against really good teams.
Wait a minute. You know that the Lakers now played more games than the Suns' current team right now.
That's okay.
So, but you're gun ho without a doubt been saying the Suns are going to win, but they played less games together than the Lakers, this current Laker team.
When they got KD, I saw that lineup and I said, this is the team that's coming out of the West. I'm sticking with it. I'm riding with it. And that brings us now to the finals. Suns, Celtics, great narratives all around. I'll tell you this. This is where Mazzulla gets figured out.
I think Mazzulla's been figured out. He just has great players. I think they have that guy. The Suns have that guy.
KD knows how to chase those championships, baby.
KD's going to get the ring. He's going to get his 3rd ring. A lot of the narratives will finally be swept under the rug that he couldn't win without Golden State. He's not a certified leader. I think all that. He's not a bus driver. I think all of that gets wiped out after this playoff run.
So far, one day in, Vlad and I are perfect for the playoffs. Let's see if that continues. Up next, though, we're going to do a little Nay or Day here on 560 WQAM.
Hey.
560 Sports WQAM, always a Sunday fun day from noon and today till 4:20. Getting you ready for that big Heat Bucks game 1. Mon cousin, Vladimir Louison. I am Dan Day at Dan Day Radio at Vlad2078. Here's a new segment called Nay or Day. We run back some of the sound bites that we've heard, and Vlad and I vote on whether it's a nay, that's a thumbs down, or a day, that's a thumbs up. Then we give you the explanation. So let's get things started with one of the pride and joys of Uptown Garden District, New Orleans. The family is known as the first family of football. Great quarterbacks will not go to LSU for the life of them. The next great quarterback from that family, not Archie Manning. It is the grandson of Archie Manning, one Arch Manning. He made his debut at the spring game for the Texas Longhorns.
Well, if you hear the buzz coming out of the crowd right now on the stadium, here he is, Arch Manning taking over, the highest rated quarterback ever to sign with a Big 12 school in the ESPN 300 era. The crowd is loving it. Looking to his left, and his first pass is complete.
Vlad, nay or day on Arch Manning in his debut?
Well, it's nay because Coach Sarkisian said that he's not the starter.
Yeah.
What is his, the quarterback that McEwen, I believe?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got some experience.
McEwen's going to be the starter. He thinks he's more efficient to run the Texas Longhorn offense. It's going to be a lot of pressure on that kid with the last name that he has.
Mm-hmm.
And but it's a nay since he's not named starter. So
I'm going to give him a day because if you don't believe that Arch Manning is going to be great in college and make it to the pros, now what he does in the pros, that's a total different story. When I say pros, I mean NFL. I see there's XFL or USFL on right now. He's not going there. I think if you think that he's not going to be a great college quarterback and that he's not going to make it to the NFL and do some big things, that's absolutely crazy. So I'm going to give him a yay. The coach is not going to give him a starting job after the first spring game, but definitely expect some big things from Arch Manning. Represent Newman High School in New Orleans. I wasn't that rich. I didn't go to school there. Yesterday, someone returned to baseball after a long hiatus, a hiatus that they kind of won. Trevor Bauer was in Japan.
150出ました。ヨーカーも差し込まれていました。バットは回りました。連続三振です。
Okay, let me translate for you. Basically, Trevor Bauer, that's his first strikeout in the Japanese league. He's playing in the Japanese minors. Trevor Bauer got into some issues. He and a lady, he says it was consensual, that she wanted to be rough with her. She says it was not. There's pictures. There's all types of craziness.
Nah, Rob Manfred wasn't having that. He let that man go.
So Trevor Bauer now back. He strikes out the guy. He does the whole katana sword. Wow. Yay or nay or day on that one, Vlad?
It's got to be nay, man. It's
come on.
Nay.
Okay.
It's nothing.
Don't go crazy, but I'm going to say day. And the reason I say day is people make mistakes. They get into some things. Everyone has a chance at forgiveness and redemption. Now, Trevor Bauer is a very salty individual. Whether he did something wrong or not, that is for them to decide. That is not my business. What I'm saying is he at least is going to get one more shot. And for people that have made mistakes in their life and get a second shot, that's why I'm going day. I'm not condoning what he did or condemning it. I'm not getting involved in that. I'm saying for a second shot, you get a day right there. Next up, we were talking about him. Boston's head coach asked about, your Celtics, they kind of faded a little bit in the second. Are you worried about that?
I just thought we lost our offensive purpose, playing passive offense instead of just keeping it moving, being aggressive and maintaining that level of pace that we had in the first half.
Is there any concern at all that you had that in the second half?
Yeah, I'm very concerned.
Seriously?
No, I'm not concerned at all.
Missoula, you're going to get a nay from me right there. That just sounds like a coach that doesn't know what he's doing. He's trying to play it off. Kind of sounds amateur a little bit right there. And just overall, I don't know, man. It just seems like Boston's winning in spite of him. He was put in a tough spot. Once again, not getting into why he's there, but I'm going to give it a nay right there and then try to play it off all super sarcastic. Anytime your team has some deficiencies in a game, you should probably take it pretty serious.
Like I said, he's in over his head.
Nay?
Absolute nay. You heard what I've been saying about that, man. Come on, man. Joe Mazzulla looks dude. I swear to you, he goes into his coach's office and like, can he find out again today?
Got
away with it again.
Whew.
Let me see if I can get away with it till June.
Maybe I'll figure it out one of these days, and won't have to
Maybe
hide
they won't figure it out. I mean, Ime kept it quiet for a long time. Maybe I could keep my lack of coaching experience.
You put them on
quiet.
the Cleveland Cavaliers or like a middle of the road playoff
Bro,
team,
you
and they're
put
in
him-
trouble.
You put them against a team with a legit coach.
You put
Like,
them
and I'm
against
not
the
knocking
Heat.
Quinn Snyder because Quinn is a
Quinn's
good
a
coach.
great coach.
But Quinn just got to Atlanta.
Right.
Like
He's trying to.
like 2 weeks before,
He's
like 3
plugging
weeks
so
before
many
the season.
holes. He's
Right.
plugging
He's
so
trying to
many
figure out what's
holes.
going on. And I give him credit that he wanted to coach them with like 3 or 4 weeks left into the
Right.
season because he wanted to get on the job immediately. He wanted to get a handle of it, figure out his team, figure out his roster, see what he needs to do. But if he knew what his roster really was, I would have more faith in Atlanta.
Yeah.
Because I just don't think Joe Mazzulla is a good coach, bro. I just don't. I just think, I'm sorry. He just unfortunately, there was a nasty incident with Ime and he got the gig. But Dan, I think you can, no disrespect, you my cousin and everything.
Yeah.
But if I gave you the job, I think you could coach the Celtics to 55 victories.
I can get them into the playoffs for sure.
Absolutely. They got a great team.
Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, everybody follow. Let's go. Play some
And
defense.
Jaylen Brown, we got to watch his finger. He split open his
Oh,
finger again.
yeah.
He split it open again.
He
So
says
we
he should
gotta
be fine.
I don't know.
Luckily, they're playing not the best in the first round, the Atlanta Hawks. So we'll see about
We'll
that.
see. But
Now, we know that I have a crush on the Sacramento Kings. And we know
you were the first to down here, at least
maybe
locally.
even more of a crush on the Sacramento Kings, De'Aaron Fox. He talked after the game.
And for 17 years, this crowd has been waiting for a game, a playoff game in this arena. Only one player has had more points than you did tonight in their playoff debut. What did you channel for this performance?
I mean, this being my first playoff game, I wanted to know what the physicality would be like. And the first half, I kind of had to get adjusted to it. In the second half, I got a rhythm. My teammates continued to get me in my spots, and I just did what they want me to do.
But this was done by committee. Trey Lyles, Malik Monk, the job that all of you did, you came in waves and you stayed present against the defending champions. What was it about the job that your teammates did that impressed you?
I mean, our bench came in, and they did a hell of a job tonight. Like you said, especially Malik and Trey. They ignited us, but for this, we knew that we'd have to go out here, be physical, try not to foul. This is probably the best free throw shooting team in the league, and get it done on the defensive end, and we got some key stops tonight.
Well, the chants Sacramento have been coming. So for the very first time on ABC, let's light the beam.
That is day all the way. I'm so happy for people that haven't had any type of stuff to cheer about in the playoffs for 17 years. And De'Aaron Fox having a huge game and admitting, you got to figure some things out here and there.
It's
What you
nay.
have, like nay?
Yeah.
Why do we have a nay on that?
All right, the hater in me is coming out.
Go on.
I loved everything about it except that ESPN and ABC and Malik Andrews was involved. And this is not a
I like
knock on
Malik
Malik
Andrews,
Andrews.
too.
I
No,
love
no,
Malik
no
Andrews.
knocking her.
But you could see that they were thirsty. You saw the thirst. Like the thirst was just coming through the screen. They wanted to light up that beam so bad. Like they were just like, oh my God, like, oh, they won. They wanted to be
Good
like
story.
they wanted to show that. They wanted to be able to show that. Oh, first time on ABC. Come on, man. Like, yeah. Well, I'm happy that you just been welcomed to the party, or you just found out. They've been doing this all season. Yes, they beat Golden State, the defending champs. Very happy that they got the prime time game. You understand? Like, put it this way, a lot of markets are helping teams. A lot of small markets. Cleveland, New York. Cleveland's getting the prime time game on Friday. They're getting the ABC game. They don't have LeBron. I know Mitch Spider's a big name player, but it's because of the markets. Because New York, they're playing at the
Right.
Garden. It's the same thing with Sacramento.
It's good.
Golden State, the defending champs, Steph Curry. Yes, they know about the talent in Sacramento, but you could see the thirst with the screen when Malika Andrews was there. They wanted to make sure that they light up the beam. Calm yourself.
Makes for good pictures. Good
Yeah,
story.
it's good stories. Good for the optics.
Good
Nah, man, they were
storytelling.
doing this all season. I'm just sorry that you just now found out that Sacramento's really been that team all year.
Last but not least, in the post game after Chicago, Jimmy just being Jimmy.
But when you make that last big bucket before the and one, and you're on the floor, and the emotion is pouring out of you, what are we saying there?
Honestly, I probably shouldn't have been yelling like that because I was dead ass tired, and I'm not gonna lie to you. But I think that's what my team needed me to do, find a way.
Day all the way. That's Jimmy. Dead ass tired, yelling at people, doing what it takes to win. Day.
It ain't the playoffs if Jimmy's isn't dead ass tired.
No, I had a lot in the tank, man. You know, it was cool.
Nah, Jimmy. No, man. Listen, I still remember that game 5 in the finals when after they beat the Lakers, when the Lakers were wearing the Mamba uniforms and they thought they were gonna clinch. And Jimmy went up against LeBron and they had a duel of the ages. And I just remember when the buzzer, the final buzzer sounded, and he was just like basically collapsed, right? Like on a, I don't know what it was, whatever the table was, and you could just tell like he just gave everything he had, and that's Jimmy. That's Jimmy. That's what you expect from him in this series, and because you're gonna expect that from him, he could be. There might be a game where he might be a 7 for 20 or something like that, but understand it's not like he's not giving his all out effort. That's why the others, as Shaq would like to say, need to step up, and they haven't stepped up all season, and they need to do it now. If the Heat are one of those funny teams that they start getting their confidence and they hit that switch, you're gonna be like, oh man, where was this team all year? But then you'll be so happy that it's like, oh, well, that's the culture, that's the Heat. Like, you know, when the games really matter, that's when they step up. Can they do that tonight? Can they do that this afternoon at 5:30? You can hear all the coverage on WQAM, 560 WQAM.
And we're going to talk about it next. Jimmy, the Heat, the Bucks, maybe some Giannis, Antetokounmpo. Got to practice that sometimes. That's all next here on 560 WQAM.
Hey, want to see the ugly mugs that go along with our melodic
It is a Sunday fun day right here on 560 WQAM. My cousin Vladimir Lewisson, I am Dan Day, taking you up to the Heat Bucks pregame. Game one of the series. Can the Heat go in there and punch them in the mouth? We are going to find out in just a few. If the Heat and the Panthers both go into the game and punch the number one seeds in the mouth, the Bucks and the Bruins, oh man, are we going to be excited on Tuesday? Because game two is Tuesday for the Heat, correct?
No, it's
Wednesday. That's right. They get that extra day. Oh, so Tuesday we can just kick back and
Tuesday's a day of relaxation. You enjoy the Marlins. They'll be the only local team playing. Monday will be game one of the Panthers Bruins series. Game two of the Heat Bucks will be Wednesday.
So if the Heat and the Panthers win game one Tuesday, we could spend the whole day planning the joint championship parade down Biscayne.
No, Tuesday we could plan the joint Wednesday watch party because both teams will be playing their game twos on Wednesday.
That's true. Okay. No,
that's what we'll do.
I don't want to get ahead of myself too much.
Yeah, come on, calm down, bro. You already said they're losing the first round. We're doing the hockey. We're gonna do a Stanley Cup playoff prediction because the series starts on Monday.
There's a lot to like about
I don't
the
see the
Panthers.
Cats. I don't see the Cats getting past the Bruins.
There's a lot to like about the Panthers. Alex Lyon kind of standing on his head right now, doing some big things. Anthony Duclair, he's been a great, not addition to the team, but since he's come back, he's made the team a lot better. Paul Maurice has got experience. With that.
The team has experience. They were in the playoffs last season, but they just not playing to the standard of the team last year. And
they said they've been building for this all year.
But the one thing in the Stanley Cup playoffs is just like the NFL and Major League Baseball. I've stated this before that if you have if a goalie has an unbelievable postseason, he can carry you.
It's happened.
He can carry you if he's stopping all those shots and limiting all these opportunities and keeping you in games. All you need is one puck to get through. And boom, you get out of Boston with a victory, and you put some doubt on the President's Cup trophy winners, and put a lot of pressure on them, and see what's going on. So Panthers, I don't think they can, but Mr. Lyon's been playing very well.
That's why you play the game.
Can he continue that in the postseason? Can he continue that in Boston? And can we get some scoring? The one thing about the Panthers, they score. They can score.
Oh yeah,
they've shown a lot of games over the last 3 weeks where they've put up more than 5 goals at least 3 or 4 times. So they're gonna be able to score. And can they score in the postseason? Can they score against the Bruins? I put it this way: I like the Panthers' chances of upsetting the number 1 seed than the Heat. And I know that's crazy to say, but Lyon's been playing very well at net.
Yeah, but he has no playoff experience.
That's good.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with that.
Okay,
he's young and naive, man. Young, dumb, and full of pucks.
Yep. Yeah. You got to be that. You got to be that. Oh man. So say what you say. I don't know, Vlad. So you got a good chance for these guys coming through.
I have the Panthers having a better chance of coming through rather than the Heat. But tonight, Heat start game 1 of their series against Milwaukee. You can hear the coverage here on 560 WQAM with our boy Alejandro Solana at 4:15 with the Heat live local pre, and then coverage with Tommy Ty starting at, I believe, 4:45 p.m. And this is going to be an interesting series. Happy that they got in. They are the 8th seed. Well, after that game Boston had against Atlanta, do you think the Heat would have had a chance against Boston yesterday afternoon?
Nope.
Okay.
Boston would have shut that door.
All right. So then going against Milwaukee tonight.
Slightly better team.
And it's slightly a better team who had like a 16-game winning streak during the
season. That was real.
Yeah, I don't see this, Dan.
Okay.
Dan, I would look, and this is me. This is Vlad that works for the station now. This is Odyssey and Florida.
Yeah, but you got to be
Miami employee, Vlad.
That doesn't.
Yeah, I kind of,
that shouldn't hinder.
No, I'm just saying, the Heat win. That's more time for us than,
Well, the big game is Heat Bucks. Series starts today, 5:30, Milwaukee. We're going to lead you up to the game up to about 4:20. Vlad and I are going to get you there. Solana's going to be taking over from there. Bucks 9.5. 9.5.
Yeah. So they got to win by 10.
Yeah, I like the Heat. I like
What's the over? What's the total?
I have not looked at the over and under. Let's see what we got.
Because the Suns, the Kings Warriors game went over. Knicks Cavaliers went under. Boston Atlanta went under, and Philadelphia and Brooklyn went over.
219 and a half. 219 and a half.
Milwaukee's a good 3-point shooting team, bro.
They can score. They can fill it up. We have not been able to fill it up this year, but we play a lot of defense, though. That's what's different.
I'm going to go under.
I will also go under.
I think they're going to go under the total. It's half-court basketball.
108, 107. That's 115. Yep. Okay.
215?
Yeah, 215. Yeah, my math is really good. LSU's very proud of me right now. Yeah, so, I think it's like 215, 216, something like that. So, yeah, spare you 3 points right there. We'll see. Let's get to some more headlines real quick. Of course, in other playoff news, Philadelphia spanked Brooklyn 121-101. It was about that close the whole game. Boston got by Atlanta 112-99 despite their coach Mazzulla. The Knicks defeated Cleveland 101-97. Vlad said there was never a doubt. And Sacramento down Golden State 126-123. What a party. Today at 3, it's just a couple of minutes away, 45 minutes. Lakers, Grizzlies. Vlad has the Lakers going to the Western Conference Finals.
I do.
You got the Clippers and the Suns. Vlad and I both have the Suns winning the NBA championship this year.
We do.
That's an 8 o'clock tip. And then at 10:30, Nuggets and T-Wolves doing battle. We both don't see either of these teams getting out of the first round. I'm joking. That would be something now.
No, there's some series that he's like, neither team deserved to advance. You both.
They'll just go home.
You know what series was like that? Memphis, Minnesota last season.
Yeah.
Those first 4 games, I'm like, you know what? Neither of these teams deserve to advance to go take on the
Warriors. There was like
a
hard-fought series. You know what? There was another series. Both teams were more worthy to advance.
It's hard-fought series that are crappy. Like it's a hard, crappy fought series.
Yeah.
It's constipated.
Oh, we're excited, though. The Panthers gearing up for that game. One of their series against Boston tomorrow at 7. Sam Bennett, questionable with that groin injury. When they say questionable, I know hockey guys are tough. I would say probably not going to play. Not game 1. If you need him in game 2, maybe. But game 1, really? Questionable? He's been out for a while.
If he needs another day.
I mean,
what's another couple of days?
It's game 1. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see what happens. That's tomorrow at 7. Sources claim the Dolphins and former Cardinals receiver chosen Robbie Anderson have agreed to a deal that would make him Miami's number 3 receiver. Next segment, Vlad, we're going to talk about what the Dolphins need to address in the draft. They don't have the best draft, but what they really could, maybe if they could find some diamonds in the rough, who the Dolphins need to kind of target, or at least what position, because we're not going to get into the weeds of, this guy from Northern Iowa, he's a junior. We're not going to do all that, but we'll talk about some positions and some help the Dolphins might need. The Marlins, the Sandy Man right now can't. The Marlins are getting no hit. It's only the bottom of the third inning. They're losing 1-0 to the Diamondbacks. Sandy Alcantara is on the bump. I'm guessing he won't give up any more runs, but nonetheless, they are losing 1-0 right now to the Diamondbacks. Marlins going for the sweep. Some people are optimistic on the text line, 305-567-0560, and on the Twitch page and the YouTube live page, saying they kind of believe in these Marlins. Also, some people have been saying they wish we still had Pablo Lopez. I said, not Aviseo Garcia. I was going to say Luis Arias. I'm sorry. He's been pretty good. Inter Miami have been pretty bad. They've got a 5-game losing streak going on. They haven't scored in 2 games, but that could change Saturday. 8:30 when they play in Houston against the Dynamo. Former Canes and current defensive coach DeMarcus Van Dyke is headed to FIU. He is going to be their cornerbacks coach. NFL has approved the first quarterback helmet designed to prevent concussions. The new design will be available this coming season. If Tua does not wear that helmet, well, then I can't help him.
Tua helmet.
It's a Tua helmet.
A Tua helmet.
So, and quarterbacks' helmets are a little different. They've got, of course, they're wired for sound, and they have kind of different padding now. They're going to be a little more, if you so choose, a little more padding in there, and they'll still be wired for sound. It's been approved.
Tua needs a helmet with like padding, maybe
a mattress on both sides.
All of that. Mattress on both sides.
Some duct tape and
definitely
some mattress.
Some cushion. Yeah.
Go on out there. Give them hell. We'll see, man. This season is so dependent on what Tua does and his health. Man.
Everything relies on your quarterback.
Sky is the limit. And also, it could be at the depths of the abyss. Oh, should be a wild ride. Canes baseball team, they took 2 of 3 over the weekend against 13th ranked North Carolina in Chapel Hill. They face Bethune-Cookman Tuesday at 6, then FAU Wednesday at 6:30. That FAU game going to be up in Boca. This is going to settle who would have won if both teams would have made it to the national championship in basketball. This is the only way we can settle it because they didn't make it to the national championships in basketball. So we let our baseball teams decide.
No, it doesn't work like
Oh,
that.
it doesn't work
Dan.
like that? I didn't. Okay. Well, I
No.
was just saying.
Doesn't work.
You know what does work? Taking a step into the day spa. Researchers say if you lose your child in a crowd, don't call their name. Yell out a description of what they're wearing and what they look like. You're more likely to find them.
That's just a little too many words, man. I'm gonna name I named you. I'm gonna call your name.
Valentine. No, you're supposed to say little girl, long brown hair, red and white dress. Anyone seen her?
That's just too much.
You got people to help you.
No.
Yeah, you might go to the insane asylum, or Child Protective Services too. You can get yourself in trouble doing that too.
Yeah, you're a little too descriptive.
Did you ever get lost from your parents and start getting worried? This is it.
Nah.
I did one time in Chicago. I was I turned a corner, wasn't paying attention. I was like, I was young. I was like, what? Oh no. And I was looking around. Usually I kept a pretty good beat, but one time I thought I was goner, man. I was never going to see my family again. And then luckily my brother was like, Dan, get over here. I was like, oh, thank God, man. They weren't yelling. They were doing their thing.
My sister hid me under the bed one time.
How long?
For hours.
Ooh. No one looking for you?
My parents were looking for me.
They were?
Yeah, they couldn't find they thought, what the hell happened?
They weren't yelling your name or yelling a description of you?
They did, but I was a baby. I was knocked out.
Oh, okay. Well,
I probably had a pacifier in my mouth. It was,
just trying to figure it all out.
I couldn't make any, yeah. So it happens.
Yep.
You get lost, but I'm not going through the whole full description. I'm gonna call you your name. Why do I have to go say all of that? Why am I reading a freaking research?
This is my other favorite thing. How do you research that?
Go
get lost.
You be saying all of that.
Blue shirt, navy blue pants.
Dan, are you gonna if you and I we went, I was like, damn, where's Vlad? You're gonna be like, hey, black guy in a black shirt,
good looking guy,
Jordans on,
sideways Yankees hat.
Yeah. No, are you gonna say that, or are you gonna be like, yo, Vlad? And they there's not many people named Vlad.
If you're not answering your cell phone, probably start just yelling.
Yeah, what kind of craziness is going on here? All the description.
I don't know.
These people are wild.
Happy endings for everyone, and hopefully the Dolphins get their draft in later on this month because it's at the end of the month. April 27th is when it starts. We won't be picking that first day unless we make some moves. We're going to look at some of the positions and some of the guys that maybe the Dolphins could benefit having on the team next year. This is Sports Day on 560 WQAM.
Magic and death-defying stunts. No, we're not talking about how we do our shows here.
All we do is win, win, win here in South Florida, so much so our teams are 8 seeds in the playoffs right now. Nonetheless. Oh, isn't that Luda right there? Vlad's still riding a high from seeing Ludacris and Janet Jackson. What a lineup, by the way. If you told me you could go see Janet Jackson and Ludacris in one concert, back to back, give me that. Give me that.
Yo,
give me that.
Luda was great. Luda's been great. I've seen Luda seen him twice over the past year. He was a Legends of the Streets tour. And he opened up the Janet Jackson tour. And I listen, man, I'm in cloud 9, man. I'm happy. I turned to a kid again, seeing Janet, man. She was awesome.
I'll tell you the first time I saw Ludacris, it was at Southern. Is at the height of his career. Southern University's homecoming party. I stood out in that crowd.
Yeah, absolutely.
Southern University loves Southern.
You're like Waldo in.
No, it's not hard to find me though. You know, we're talking about losing your kid in a crowd. You're not there. I'll tell you, Southern's my favorite HBCU. What's your favorite HBCU?
Well, it was Jackson State.
Oh, don't you start with me now.
Now I'm a Grambling guy.
Oh, even worse.
Sorry, I know.
You went from bad to worse right there.
Guy,
Southern
Eddie
till
Robinson.
I die, man. Well, I mean, I respect Eddie Robinson and what he built with that program and everything that was going on there. Doug Williams, another great Louisiana guy. He's over there doing his thing now. But, man, Southern, fun place, man. Fun place. Fun place. Caught a little bit of Luda action right there. Luda, and the prime of his career, man. Luda's just got so many hits.
Dolphins might have to search some HBCU teams talent in the draft.
That's it. They might get some really good guys out of there, man. You can get a really good guy at the HBCU. Of course, the Dolphins, they will be heading into the draft day one, most likely. Because they don't have a first round pick for you can't give them all away, but this year, So I was recently playing around online and I saw a Miami Dolphins mock draft 3.0. So Vlad, we're going to go through some of this mock draft. We're going to kind of say how we feel about the whole situation. Maybe it's not so much about the players because I'm telling you, man, I'm not beating the bushes for an offensive tackle from Syracuse. And I can't give you all of his great stats and what I've been thinking about him all season long, but we'll talk about the pick and how you kind of feel about it. In this mock draft, the Dolphins are picking in round 2, the 51st overall pick. There's a lot of good players still available. What do you think option or number one necessity for these Miami Dolphins going into this draft is going to be what position?
Offensive line.
Very nice.
And tight end.
Very nice. So they at the 51st pick in the second round, this mock draft has Matthew Bergeron, offensive tackle from Syracuse. You know what? I'm okay with that. I'm good with that. You've got a need. You've got a guy that's there. Why not go out there and get a good offensive tackle right there from Syracuse? Now, in the third round, you get the 84th overall pick. Where do you think they're going with that one? Now, we've got the offensive line.
Tight end.
No.
They're not?
They've got them taking Jordan Battle from Alabama, a safety. Jordan Battle.
You need a safety.
I mean, don't you have a little? I mean, if they're healthy,
I mean,
should
you
be
have
pretty
your
good.
secondaries up there, man. It's probably one of the top 3 secondaries in the league right now.
Yeah, you would think you go with a tight end, but nope. They're saying, of course, now what they say and what might happen. But I'm guessing maybe Vic Fangio, they feel as though it's a new coach. Maybe give him a new toy to play with. When I say toy to play with, a new weapon to use out there. You got a guy from Alabama playing some defense. That's a pretty stacked defense. He knows how to play. Jordan Battle. I don't know. Eventually, you got to draft a tight end, right?
I mean, I think that's the only missing piece in your offense right now.
Well, you're going to have to sit around for 3 more rounds because you don't have a pick until the 6th round, the 197th pick. So you might have to trade. You might want to do some trading up. But nonetheless, they got Ben Sims, tight end from Baylor. That would be a good choice to get a tight end at some point because you're kind of barren at that position. You're kind of barren there last year. Gesicki, although a good receiver, wasn't really a good blocking tight end. You guess Mike McDaniel going to get a little bit of more blocking. Of course, in the article, can Ben Sims block? Yes. So he apparently is a very good blocking tight end, which is what Mike McDaniel wants. Do you think we see more of the running game this year? You and I have talked about this. I think in year 2 of Mike McDaniel. Kind of got away from the running game a little bit last year, maybe a little too pass happy, even though it is a pass happy league. But I think Mike McDaniel kind of wants to get back to more of his roots this season. And I really do think he's going to implement more of the running game. Brought his guys back. You got Mostert, you got all the other guys.
That's the thing. These guys, if the running backs can stay healthy, yes, you'll see more of the running game.
Then you get a tight end that can block.
And if
maybe
the O-line can stay healthy as well. Listen, for a team that's talented like the Dolphins in the second year under Mike McDaniel, I think their health is the most important thing. Obviously, the number one person that needs to be healthy is the quarterback.
Yeah.
And if he can remain healthy and your O-line can remain healthy, Armstead, Jackson, and the running back,
this is what I tell you.
You got to get me. Mostert and Wilson have to be healthy.
You take a lot of pressure off Tua when you got a good offensive line and you got running backs running the ball. It opens a lot of things up, and that quarterback isn't running for his life.
He doesn't have to stand in the pocket and take hits.
It's not as predictable. When you're at 3rd and 1, you're not as predictable as you are at 3rd and 8. Gives Tua a lot more time to do what he has to do with that extra padded helmet. And with the 7th round pick, 238th overall, this mock draft has Jacob Slade, defensive tackle from Michigan State. My guess would be pretty much best player available. At that point, when you're in the round 7, I mean, what else are you going to do, you would think, right?
Yeah.
Are you a guy that says, let's just always go ahead and take the best player available? Or are you a guy that says, let's go address our needs?
No, you got to take the best player available.
Really? See, I think different drafts call for different things. I think in football, you might want to kind of address your needs, unless you're the top pick or top 3 pick. I think in basketball, you always get the best player available. You just get as much talent on the team as possible. You'll figure it all out. Baseball, I don't know how you draft in baseball. I'll be honest with you. It goes on. Well, now they've actually shortened it and everything like that. So, yeah. So went to another article that's talking about some of the offensive players that the Dolphins should be circling on their draft board. They got Ohio State's DeJuan Jones, 6'8", 374 pounds. Vlad, you put you and I together, we might be 6'8", 374 pounds.
I bet right now you could combine both our weights. We're not here. We're still 100 pounds.
I don't weigh myself anymore, but I'm guessing I'm about 135.
I'm 155 solid.
So we're nowhere close. We're not even to 300 pounds.
We're not even 300 pounds.
North Dakota State offensive tackle Cody Mauch and Wisconsin. Wisconsin's got a proud history of great lineman center Joe
Yeah,
Tippmann.
but you know what? Chris Greer always finds he always
He
drafts
finds
the
the
guys.
one bum.
He always try. Like, you're not supposed to mess up finding Notre Dame or Wisconsin offensive lineman, and yet
he gets the one bum. Not great one.
Inadequate.
Yeah. Oh man. I don't think they're going to draft a running back. I really don't think the Dolphins need any more running back. They've got their stable, and they're like, well, what if they get hurt? It's like, well, if they get hurt, you got to.
I mean, if they do, they could probably sign one in free. The one thing about that one rookie free agency, one thing I say I would give credit to that offensive system is that if you remember in San Francisco, Kyle Shanahan can find any running back as long as he can run that system. That running back will give you 400, 500, 600 yards in that, like 80 carries. So they'll be able to find a running back in that system to run that one cut and have speed. I'm not worried about their backfield. You always can add another running back, but I think the running backs that you have that know the offenses, that they know that offense so well.
And the offense knows them.
Yes, and they've played in that offense for over 5 seasons now. So, yeah.
Something about having your guys there. But I'll float out one name that's kind of interesting, and maybe if he's on the draft board at one point, you might want to feel like pulling the trigger. UCLA's Zach Charbonnet. Great career at UCLA. Can run, can catch, maybe a little bit of blocking right there. Interesting. If he falls far enough. Interesting. Wide receivers. Do you really see them going after a wide receiver?
No, you just signed Robbie.
Yeah, you got River.
Chosen.
River Craycraft. You got Chosen.
And you got Reek and Waddle.
Tyreek and Waddle. Everybody's got to eat. So I don't see. I mean, you get a rookie. I mean, really?
No, you're going to eat. Tua does a good job of getting the ball to the receivers when they're open.
Yeah, I just don't see why you would need. I mean, you really want to address offensive line. You want to address tight end. And you want to address whatever best defensive players you can get. Everything else, you're pretty good. You're pretty good.
You just stack it up. You have a great team on paper. Obviously, nobody wins on paper. So you have a great team right now on paper. just have to remain healthy.
So you go quarterback.
healthy.
No, you got Tua, you got Mike White, and you drafted Skylar Thompson last year. So no need to even look at quarterback.
I think you shore up the backup quarterback position. I think Mike White, obviously seeing him play for my team the past 2 seasons, think he's a definite upgrade over Teddy Bridgewater. And I think knowing the AFC East very well, like he will. So if it's a game that Tua has to miss or gets banged up and miss some time, you have a capable quarterback. Now, you don't want Mike White quarterbacking no more than like 2 games. That's it. If he's quarterbacking, if he has to be a quarterback for 3 or 4 games, that's not a good look. It's not a good look. I think you do a good job of protecting your quarterback. He does better job of protecting himself. Dolphins should be in the playoffs like they were last season, and they'll definitely be competing for the AFC East title.
Yeah,
along with the Jets and the Bills.
And the Bills, yeah, definitely. I think the Patriots are just going to kind of have like a season like they had last year, and they're ready to maybe start fading away a little bit. We'll see. So you're not worried about quarterback. You're not worried about running back. Tight end is a definite thing that you have to address. If you find a guy that you really like, you might want to try to do some moving around, try to get a tight end that you really like. If you really like that guy, you go out there, get that offensive line. Of course, if you like some guys, if you get some guys, you've got to get some more bodies in there.
And the other thing about it is, Dan, that there's going to be more cuts. There's going to be some big name players that are going to be cut by teams. The June 1st, that's cut day. So there's going to be available veteran players, guys that maybe on the last 9 of their career, the back 9 of their career, probably like at the 15th hole, they could come in and help. Definitely want to play in Florida, the city. They definitely want to play in South Florida, city Miami, where they have a state tech, the tax
No
break
state
from the
tax.
state.
Yeah, makes a big difference when you're making millions of dollars.
Put it this way. A guy think Miami and other teams should take should give a call during the season, late in the season. It's a guy like Ndamukong Suh. Bring him back, because this is Ndamukong Suh now. He's a definitely Hall of Fame. He's an assassin, but he's also he's there for the money, and he's there to try to win. So a guy like that, he does not going to go through training camp or anything. He doesn't want to go through all of that, but you bring him in October, November to add some depth to that defensive line. Guy who has Super Bowl experience, he's a Super Bowl champion, and he can help.
I feel as though you can plug the holes on defense, find some guys, whether they be free agents, undrafted. You might draft a guy here or there if you like him. But the main thing is, in the offensive line, you don't need studs all the time. What do they say? The most important thing about an offensive line is that you gel and that you know each other and that you play well together. If you can just get some guys that can play well together, you can get a little bit of gelling going on. You start the running game starts going. It opens up everything. Tua wins the MVP, and we go dancing into the playoffs.
That's
Temper back.
Scale back a little bit. Come back.
So we'll see what draft. It starts at the end of the month. I think it's April 27th. We're probably going to the second day.
It is. What's
I want to say it's April 27th.
It's 11 days away.
Okay.
We're 11 days away. April 27th is the day. It's 11 days away, man.
So we're going to be on day 2 most likely, because it's going to be hard to trade up into that first round. But that's okay.
So Dolphins will be drafting on day 2, which will be April 28th.
Very exciting. Speaking of very exciting, up next, Something or Nothing here on Sports Day 560 WQAM.
Breaking news from
.560 Sports WQAM, Sunday Fun Day. I am Dan Day, Vladimir Louison. This is Sports Day, weekends, noon to 4, Saturday, Sunday. Today, though, we're going to about 4:20. Get you ready for that game one. Get you high on some NBA action. Bucks, Heat, game one. Let's see what happens. Right now, we're about to find out what happens. A little something or nothing. If you're watching on the YouTube or the Twitch page, you see we got the graphics up. If you're listening at home, just trust me, it is something. If you were watching us, YouTube Live, Twitch, but thank you as always, 560 WQAM and on the Odyssey app, wherever you may be in the world. I actually got a tweet at Dan Day Radio at Vlad2078. Someone was talking the other day, said, listening from Chicago. Said, man, much love right there. Eat a piece of deep dish pizza for me because that's my favorite. I love the deep dish.
You know where I'm from. I mean, like New York slice pizza.
I set them up for you sometimes
Come
every
on,
once in a
man.
while.
You already know it's thin slice till die, baby.
Okay. I mean, no, look, pizza's like sex. It's all good. It's always good, but some of it's better than others. I'm just saying.
New York pizza is the best.
That's your favorite?
Yeah.
You like what you like. Let's put it that way. I like it thick, thick. But sometimes I like skinny.
Too. I love them too.
We're getting a little sidetracked. This is something or nothing. Vlad, you're going to decide whether it is something or nothing. We're not going to talk about pizza anymore. We're going to talk about what happened last night. Sacramento Golden State, those fans were wilding out. It had been 17 years since Sacramento played, much less hosted, a playoff game. Well, apparently E40, legendary rapper, E40.
Warrior fan extraordinaire.
Made the road trip.
It's not that far.
Okay, nonetheless.
90 minutes.
He's getting heckled. He said he calmly turned to the person, told him, whatever he told him. He said nothing out of the ordinary, nothing crazy, just told the guy to stop heckling him. E40 gets kicked out of the game, and now he's saying it's because of racial bias. Is that something or nothing?
It's something, man. It's E40. He's a Bay Area legend. Like, he should be loved in Sacktown, even if he is a Golden State Warriors #1 fan. How you gonna kick him out, man? That's messed up. That's E40.
Yeah, that's one of those things. And he swears that he did not act out. He didn't act a fool. Maybe the Sacramento people are like, or Sacramento security is like, let's get this guy out of here. But once you realize he's E40, be like, all right, well, let's just move you somewhere else, man. We're not going to kick you out.
I don't know. That's wild.
That's something,
That's something. Yeah, now that's something.
Also, who's heckling Efeezy? Like, if I see Efeezy.
Here's the thing. It's Sacramento's first game in 2006. Wild. Yeah, they're wilding. Since 2006, you said? Or 2007?
It's been 17 years.
17 years, so 2006. Yeah. It's their first game. They were wilding. They didn't know how to act. You know how it is. It's first time. Yeah. When it's your first time in anything, you don't know what you're doing. So they didn't know how to act. They didn't know how to really be a playoff fan. And they probably said things that they weren't supposed to say. And E40, who's been in the playoffs and been in many, he's rooted for the Warriors and probably more raunchier crowds. Yeah. Probably just told them, man, for sheezy, maneezy, be quiet. And they didn't want to hear that.
They didn't want to hear that. You're not going to like to hear this. Your New York Yankees, they've placed Giancarlo Stanton on the 10-day injury list. He has a left hamstring strain. Is that something or nothing?
It's something, man. These guys are too muscular. Pause.
That's what I was going to say, man. In a way, it's something, but in a way, it's nothing because he's always hurt. He always seems
He's
to
always
be hurt.
Dinged up, man. But all right, be dinged up now. He was hitting the ball really well, man.
He always hits the ball really well when he's not dinged up.
When he hits the ball too hard, he's always hurting a part of his body, his groin, his hamstring, something. It's always something.
Well, Arsenal in Premier League for the second week in a row, they blow a 2-0 lead. This was earlier today. They tied West Hampton United 2-2. Now they lead Man City by just 4 points.
Oh, it's something.
Premier League. 7 matches left.
Man City's gonna come back and win this.
Oh, Man City ain't playing around.
Man City's gonna come back and win this.
Man City, I wouldn't doubt that. They can score.
They want that double, bro.
They want that double. They won last year. They come back. It's going to come down to the last day. That's what's so great about Premier League, if you don't know. Last day, everybody plays at the same time on the last day. There's not a lot of scoreboard watching. You just got to play your game, and it oftentimes comes down to the last day. And there's no Super Bowl. You win the season. That's it. Championship goes to the season.
Because here's the thing. Because Man City's in Champions League as well. So
yes, that is true.
I want to see if they have any game, like, a week where they have a big Champions League game, quarterfinal. No, Quarterfinal, yes. If they have a Champions League quarterfinal and a big Premier League game at that same week,
could hinder them
that could hinder them a little bit.
You got to have your legs.
Because you want that Champions League, but you also want the Premier League title too. So it's something. But Arsenal's, yeah, man, they slipping it. They're letting it slip away.
Can't let those 2-0 leads go, man.
Twice in back-to-back
weeks, dropping points too, because Man City won, so they get 3, and Arsenal only gets 1, so they drop 2 points on that right there. 4-point lead now. September 23rd, going to be Bruce Springsteen Day in New Jersey. That is also his birthday. Is that something or nothing?
Oh, that's something.
That's big time. Now, you lived up on the East Coast. Bruce Springsteen, I mean,
the boss.
He's the boss, man. Like, is he that big of a deal? I always hear people, they talk about Stone Pony. They talk about all that.
Even the brothers love Bruce.
Everybody loves Bruce.
Yeah, everybody knew what Bruce was about, man.
You go to a Bruce Springsteen concert, if you can afford it these days, because concerts are ridiculous. 3 hours of hits, and sometimes he takes requests from the crowd. 3 hours, guaranteed. So, got to enjoy that right there. So, he gets his own day in his home state of New Jersey. Stone Pony, much love. Australian man, he completes 3,182 push-ups in 1 hour. Is that something or nothing?
That's something.
How many can you get in just one session of push-ups? I can probably do 20.
22.
Yeah, probably around there. I think one time someone here dared me to do how many push-ups I could. I think I stopped at 20, but I could have done more. So, yeah. I mean, I do work out.
I mean, I give him credit, man. That's a lot. But what's that gonna help him in life?
You'll be cut up as hell, man.
Yeah,
cut up as hell.
All right, that's cool. Can you cook me a sandwich?
A German speed drinker. He broke a record drinking a Capri Sun in just 10 seconds, 10.41 seconds. Is that something or nothing?
How big the Capri Sun?
It's normal little pack of Capri Sun.
No, that's nothing, Dan. That's nothing. The normal size. What is this? The Roy Hibbert? He's the Roy Hibbert of Capri Sun drinking? Like Roy Hibbert drinking the Gatorade in that quick. That was something. That was ridiculous. Nobody should be able to drink a soft drink like that.
Hey, just saying. Okay, well, I do love some Capri Sun.
I know actresses with certain skills like that, and I've never seen anything. You know what I mean? But a Capri Sun, a regular Capri Sun with the straw, you had to punch a hole with the straw.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. Little packet.
10 seconds.
10.41 seconds.
I think you could drink it quicker.
I know. I thought those two. That's a record.
That's
Come
what I was
on.
saying. That's why I asked you how what size was the Capri Sun?
Just
Was
normal
it
size?
Nah, that's nothing.
Look, get this. FBI, they were doing a drill in a Boston hotel. Well, they busted into the wrong hotel room and they ended up detaining its occupants wrongly for hours.
That's
Is that something or not?
That's something, man. You falsely arrest me.
Let's get back to you, Vlad. New York City, they've named Kathleen Corradi as their new rat czar. Remember, they have a rat problem in New York. They now have a woman that is single-handedly supposed to oversee all the rat problems in New York City. And she's a lady, so what's one of her first things? Contraceptive. Let's get these rats not having babies. Something or nothing.
I mean, something for the rats. I mean, if you're a male rat, you're upset.
Your stuff, man. That's my stuff.
Like, why are you trying to cut off my stuff?
Speaking of, a woman's divorcing her husband because he admitted to settling for her, but really wanted her best friend. Something or nothing.
Did he just say that without?
Why would you say that? I mean,
how did he say that? Did he say that when they're fighting?
I didn't. She wants to divorce because he said that, and you should never say that, even if it's true, even if it's being mean, even if it's a lie.
On the context, man. Maybe she said some hurtful things.
This is the thing I say about this. You're the best. We've talked about this. You're the best option. She chose to be with you, or he chose to be with you, just because he kind of wanted your best friend. That doesn't matter. That's not who he ended up with. He ended up with you, and he loves you, supposedly. Maybe not. He said some nasty things. That kind of hurts.
But she might have said some nasty. I need to know the context of this argument. Which did she say some hurtful things, and he just
kind of came back,
and he went. When people, here's the thing. When couples are having a fight, right, and somebody's really saying some hurtful things, the person that's getting yelled at or is the victim. They're holding that one card up the shoulder, the one ace in the shoulder, right? And when they let it out, it's going to sting.
Yeah.
It's going to hurt.
Be ready.
So be ready.
Telling you, Vlad.
She wasn't.
Yeah.
Now she wants a divorce.
Yeah, be careful. Fight fire with fire. You might get fire.
And what's she going to get? What's she gonna get in this divorce? He never. What if he never cheated on her?
Maybe he'll get with her friend in the end,
Oh.
and then everybody wins.
Happy endings for
We're gonna get you caught up on everything next. This is Something or Nothing on this Sports Day, 560 WQAM.
Gonna be taking you all the way till about 4:20 today. I don't know why I had to cough all of a sudden, but yeah, we're gonna be taking you to 4:20 today. Oh man, this is the time of day I was thinking about Jensen's liquor store, man. Maybe we have to make a little stop there, get some beer, hot mouth out, and just kind of get everything going. But gotta get focused and stoked up for Heat Bucks game 1 of the series. Woo! About to get serious in the NBA playoffs. You got the Lakers and the Grizzlies about to battle right there at the FedEx Forum, just off of Beale Street. One of the cool things if you're going to Memphis, walking up and down Beale Street, you look over one of the side streets, and there it is, FedEx Forum. Not a bad spot to have a basketball game. So go to Beale Street, then go to BB King's, get some barbecue, grab a couple of drinks, and then head on in to the old FedEx Forum and watch. Hopefully, the Lakers whoop up on Memphis. I'm not a Memphis fan. You already know that, but I know you got the Lakers going for on this bad boy. So hey, I don't mind that. Nice run. Well, you saw what this team was at like midway point of the season. To see where they're at now, I right. Teenagers that he was beating up on. Yeah, yeah. If you're the defense, you go, I want you to look at this video if you have not seen it yet. I will say this about the NBA, and that's Lakers team earlier in the year. They are truly showing as of late that it is all about team. You have to have good players, but it's all about team because this Lakers team on paper at the beginning of the season, I was like, wow, on paper, they're great. Phoenix Suns on paper, they look great. I think they will figure it out, but they look great. The Brooklyn Nets,
at one point over the past couple of years, looked on paper to be great. But they're kind of showing now that you gotta have a little more than just look great on paper. You gotta put it out there on the hardwood.
Well, Lakers. Well, I can't.
They had a lot of good players.
Who, Lakers?
Yeah.
No, but I think we're going by name power at that time with Russell Westbrook. But I think if you watch basketball, you kind of knew that Russell Westbrook was not the Mr. Triple Double that he was before. He's a different player. He was kind of a
volume guy.
No, he was a cancer to the team. But he's a different player now. He has a different role. And this current Laker team is playing very well. This team is more suitable for a LeBron team.
Yeah, and
those players those players fit well with him and Anthony Davis.
What I was going to say is one of the keys to this team is LeBron and Anthony Davis being healthy.
Well, that's a key to anything,
right?
I mean, that's the key. We have the Suns winning the championship, and why is that? Because a healthy Kevin Durant with Devin Booker
and Chris Paul and things and DeAndre Ayton.
Yeah, DeAndre Ayton. We think that there will be the best team in the league, and they should win the championship.
I do.
So the same way with the Clippers. Clippers probably thought if they had a healthy Paul George and Kawhi Leonard, they can be a threat. A lot of people had them before the season start being a team to upend Golden State.
Mm-hmm.
Golden State, another team, they feel if they're healthy and they have everybody right mentally and physically,
they can get in the groove.
They can get back in the groove. They have the championship DNA. That's what's good about this NBA playoffs. You have a lot of teams, even the team we work with. We've been talking about the past 3 hours. The Miami Heat, they have Heat culture, the pedigree that if they get their act together, they can go on a run. They can go on a run, upset some teams. Put it this way: if the Heat somehow beat up Milwaukee, right? They get by Milwaukee and they play the Knicks or Cleveland. You don't think the Heat gonna feel like they're the favorite? You don't think the fan base is gonna feel like the Heat can dispose of the Knicks or the Cavaliers, and then now they got to worry about Boston or Philadelphia, two teams that they have a long history with in the postseason. And the Heat beat the Knicks. I mean, the Heat beat the 76ers twice, and the Heat Celtics series. It's always it's a coin flip.
Yep.
So yeah, pedigree. They have that, and I don't think it's gonna
just a long road ahead. But yes, you get out of this first round, find a way to get out. Things start opening up for you if you're the Heat. So could be interesting. The Heat and the Bucks, they are going to have their series by 30 in Milwaukee. 9.5 favorites. We're going to go to about 14. Let's talk some other NBA action. Philadelphia, they whooped up on Brooklyn 121-101.
We love there.
No, and James Harden going off too.
Oh my gosh,
great game. He might not be able to do it like you do, but yeah, he'll get
maybe this is what it is. This current James Harden that's going to get it together. Like, he doesn't have to be volume, James Harden.
Right.
Efficient James Harden.
Yeah, we'll see. Man, the rules change got him good with all some of those rules change because he used to fall in his wallet and flip flop all over.
He's not getting those free throw calls. He's not getting those foul calls where he's always living at the free throw line. The guy that gets those calls is Jimmy Butler. Nobody gets calls like Jimmy.
Jimmy gets those hard fouls though, man. He earned some of those free throws. I'll give him credit for that. There's not a lot of phantom out there. Boston got by Atlanta 112-99. The Knicks, they defeated Cleveland 101-97. That's in.
Yeah.
Detroit Rock City. It's not Detroit Rock City.
Cleveland, man.
Rock and Roll City.
Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Sacramento down Golden State 126-123. Grizzlies. They're going to run up in the air. Everybody's excited. He goes in Memphis. It's iconic. You know, even Memphis people are excited.
The only time you could throw powder like that, nobody's upset. You just waste powder.
That's cool, man. It's LeBron. You got to.
No, I'm just saying. Most people, if you threw powder like that, they'd be upset. I spent $30.
Clippers Suns 8:00 tonight. We think that's an interesting series simply because the schedule makers did not do the Clippers any favors.
I really
I'd be upset. I'd be upset,
dude. This is a good Clipper team.
Yes,
it's Kawhi, right? I know playoff Kawhi is a different animal.
Mm-hmm.
I really think if Paul George was healthy, I would have loved to see Kawhi and Paul George go against KD and Devin Booker, and the Russell Westbrook, Chris Paul matchup is because they both look like they're a bit washed. You know what I mean? Like they're past their prime right now. So it depends on this. It's going to be who can DeAndre Ayton take over a series. He's going against Zubac. He should be able to manhandle Zubac.
Oh man, Zubac is a tough.
Zubac, right?
Tough man to handle.
Yeah, but he's not better. DeAndre Ayton's better than him.
Should be, yeah, definitely. And then at 10:30, we see the Nuggets have what it takes. Are they just going to be another Nuggets team that goes into the playoffs and kind of
they're going to win? They
got the T-Wolves.
10:30.
Late night great. Panthers. They're gearing up to be in one of their series against Boston tomorrow at 7. Sam Bennett, questionable with a groin injury. Alex Lyon most likely is going to be in net. It's all about him. It's all about Alex Lyon. We need you, brother. We need you.
Great goalie can
do things for you.
Can get you far, bro.
Sources claim the
Dolphins and former Cardinals receiver chosen, a.k.a. Robbie Anderson.
They've agreed to a deal to make him he's probably third receiver on the team. We know we got River Craycraft, of course, Tyreek Hill, and Jalen Waddle. Got some guys there. It looks like the stable is pretty good. Pretty good. The running backs, the receivers, the quarterbacks. All right, now let's see if we can keep people upright and moving forward. That would be okay. That would be okay. Inter Miami, they had this weekend off. They're back in action, trying to end their 5-game losing streak and 2-game scoreless streak. Saturday, 8:30, Houston Dynamo. NFL has approved the first quarterback helmet designed to help prevent concussions. The new design will be available this coming season. Tua, you're going to wear that helmet.
That's the TT helmet.
Just you wear it. Like, there's not a question like, will Tua be wearing one? No. There is no question. Tua will wear that. I think, to be honest with you, almost all quarterbacks probably are going to want to wear that helmet. Just, you can't be safe enough, especially in this day and age. With everything that's going on, you just can't be safe enough. Canes baseball team, they took 2-3 this week from 13th ranked North Carolina. They face Bethune Tuesday at 6 and FAU Wednesday 6:30. That is going to be in Boca Raton. U.S. National, Daryl DK was stretchered off the pitch yesterday as his team West Brom defeats Stoke City 2-1. He is expected to miss time with an injured Achilles. Now, why is this important? Well, the U.S. men's national team, they got 2 in a row against rival Mexico. One's a friendly, April 19th, 10 o'clock. Not going to be friendly. No love for Mexico. And then the 2 play again in the CONCACAF Nations League semifinal, June 15th at 10. Don't look now, but the Yanks, they have kind of a winning streak over Mexico. So hold on, guys. Feels so good to beat Mexico. Feels so good to beat your rival. And then, of course, World Cup in just a couple of years, going to be here in North America. Some of the games going to be right here in South Florida, Hard Rock Stadium. I like that.
Can't wait.
Someone yesterday told me, oh, you know, America, the only reason they're going to make it is because they're a host country. I was like, yeah, they qualified for the last one, too. You know, they actually got to the knockout round. Yeah, but this time the only reason they're making it, I was like, because they don't have to qualify. This motherfucker, Vlad, I get this. So they announced Miami as one of the host cities, right? I kid you not, multiple people come up to me. Hey, I know you work at the sports station. Can you give me tickets to the Columbia qualifier games? I was like, what?
You want to give up your firstborn?
Okay, number 1, 4 years from now.
Right.
Number 2, Columbia needs to qualify. Number 3, they need to be playing here in Miami. Number 4, it's not easy to pick.
Oh, no, that's number 4. That should have been number 1, 2, 3, and 4.
I was like, where can you get? Can you give me a USA ticket? We know that they qualify. Or Mexico, or Canada. But any other team that's up in the air, you don't know what's going to happen. Yo, man, if you could get me tickets for when I'm trying to think of when Argentina plays, that'd be dope, bro. That'd be dope. I mean, good tickets too, you know. Like,
yeah, you know what? I go old school. I'm gonna go biblical days. All right, yeah. You want a ticket? Okay, your firstborn.
Yeah, let's go.
Like you got what? Are you crazy? Like, dude. Like, oh yeah, it's all willy nilly. They just like, oh here's World Cup tickets. Yeah, give it to any of your friends and family.
Yeah. How many
that happens?
8 together?
Yeah,
Okay, no problem.
Oh yeah, sure.
This is my thing. If our boss Lynn comes up, you and I are like, hey, I've got 2 tickets. Thursday afternoon, 3 o'clock, Algiers versus, I don't know, Japan. I'm down. I don't care who's playing.
I'm there.
It doesn't have to be the USA. It doesn't have to be France. It doesn't have to be a big name country. It doesn't have to be Argentina. It doesn't have to be Colombia. It doesn't. Algiers versus Japan. Let's go. I'm in. I'll be there early. Stay there late. I'm in. Just saying. Should be exciting in a couple of years, though.
The audacity of these people.
Some people, man, they got no nerve. They're like, I'm a big wig. Oh yeah, man, I'll make things happen. Lucky if you get 400 level tickets for the regular season on Monday. With that being said, let's take a step into the day spa. An Australian man faces animal cruelty charges after taking a platypus on a train.
You just took him on a train?
Yeah.
That's it?
That's it. Platypus wasn't resisting. That's the funny thing. So, like, you're getting on the bright line, and, you know, bright line's great, love it, whatever. For some reason, I had to bring a bunny in a cage up to Broward County. They threw a fit. Like, only small dogs and cats. I'm like, a bunny is less obtrusive and less noisy and less of a problem than any of a dog or a cat. Just let me bring my bunny, a bunny, onto the train. And then we can't. And then that ended the argument. Okay. Yep. Now, someone sits next to me with a snake wrapped around their neck. Okay.
I hate snake guy.
I'm not a snake guy.
I hate snake.
Oh. Snakes on a plane, though? But the guy brings a platypus. If the guy's got a duck under his arm, whatever on a train. I'm cool.
Nah, I think you're a weirdo, but.
Yeah, it's weird. Yeah. Where do you get a platypus from is another good question. What's the weirdest pet you would ever own? Like if you had the opportunity to. I've always thought about
I thought a tiger.
Whoa, you're going that big?
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
I'm gonna go toucan.
Toucan Sam?
It's like toucan Sam. And they have a lot of personality. They're like Siamese cats. They have the personality.
Yeah, but when they get too sassy, I'm gonna want to smack their beak.
That's a big too, man. Yeah, so that's why I was getting toucan. You're
I'm not into animal cruelty, guys. That was a joke.
That was a joke.
Yeah, tiger.
Dang. That's hardcore right there.
Like, did you read that story of like this family that they thought they bought a dog, and then come to find out they bought a bear?
Like a wolf, a bear. Yeah. You see that all the time. It's like, oh, we don't the dog. Like, no, you want a wolf or you want a bobcat. Like, how the hell did that happen?
You didn't realize that.
Like when I go buy dogs, I go to the rescue shelter, or if you want a certain breed of dog, you go to a AKC approved breeder. You don't just willy-nilly buy a dog off the street from some one-eyed guy in an eye patch and a white beater. Come on, man. Oh, man. You know what? When you're a fan of sports, you have to temper your expectations sometimes. Every year can't be the Super Bowl. Every year can't be the NBA championship. Every year can't be the World Series. They're on. So what we're going to do next, Vlad, we're going to walk through some sports here in South Florida. And realistically, explain to each other, to you, what we feel as though a successful season will be. And of course, remember, we're going until 4:20 today, get you ready for Heat Bucks. This is Sports Day on 560 WQAM.
Sports Talk in South Florida?
Sports Day, let it run. The show still stands up, by the way. Legend. I could watch it all day, and BET shows it all day. Martin. Gina! Damn, Gina!
Brother man.
Oh, Brother Man. I love Brother Man. Yo, man, you don't have to come in through the window. Yeah, man.
Dude, we were talking, me and my boy were talking the other day. Has anybody had a greater supporting role career than Carl Anthony Payne?
Man, he's
he was Cockroach in Cosby Show.
Yes, indeed.
And he was Cole
on Martin.
Like he has two legendary supporting character.
Two good characters
and
too.
Exactly.
Yeah, man. That's
like
good.
You know, that's
what was his girlfriend's name? Big Sherry?
Big Shirley. Big Shirley.
Martin Lawrence is 58 today. That's why we're playing that. We could have done some Bad Boys. It's here in South Florida, but man, you hear that Martin theme song. What a show. I'm serious. It comes on at the gym when I'm working out. I can't turn away. It's hilarious.
Nah, there's some legendary shows. Listen, my favorite's the one where he fought Tommy Hearns.
Oh, yeah. He got busted up. His head's all big at the end and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yo, Tommy put a hurting on him.
I like the time that the little people, they bum rushed them in the hallway.
Oh, man.
That's all. That episode you couldn't do today, but that
Bro,
was
no good. Remember when the pimp.
Yeah.
Oh, what's his name? I'm a player from the Himalayas.
Gotta ask you serious questions. Gina was fine, right?
Oh yeah, Tisha Campbell was always fine, man.
Okay, and
big forehead, but fine.
What's the girl? What was that character's name? And her name's
Tichina Arnold. Pam. Yeah, Pam can get it.
Pam was fine, huh?
Yeah, Pam.
Even though you kind of hated her because Martin hated her.
Yeah,
but you knew she was kind of fine.
When they add attitude like that attitude, it's a turn on and you know, perturb you at the same time. But yeah.
So happy birthday, Martin Lawrence, 58. Got some other big birthdays today. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. His Lakers doing some work right now.
The captain.
25-20 on the Memphis Grizzlies, getting towards 3 minutes in the first quarter. 76. The coach, Bill Belichick, 71. And then we got some musicians. Akon.
Locked Up.
Oh, I got some other songs too. Never mind. He's 50. And Chance the Rapper, Chicago's own. We actually have some people listening in Chicago right now. And I know my dude Lewis from the Wolfpack, he's originally from Chicago. Chance the Rapper, 30. And we cannot forget about one of our favorites. Leaky Bear is celebrating her birthday. She is going to be here in just a little bit, helping out with that heat.
Happy born day, Court.
Yeah, Earth Strong, as we like to say. Leaky Bear is going to be here for that Heat Bucks broadcast. Pre-game going to start around 4:20. Locked Up. Can't go back. Akon. I love Akon. So smooth on the track. It's like peanut butter. Turn this one on tonight. Sunday fun day. Open up some Pinot Noir.
You want to listen to Locked Up drinking some wine.
Maine.
All right, man.
It's his birthday. Why can't I listen to that?
Whatever, man. You know?
I love Lockdown. Okay, well, we have a love affair with all the teams here in South Florida, but right now we got to temper our expectations. And Vlad and I are going to talk about what we feel as though is a realistic, good finish for a lot of the teams. We're going to start right now because the iron is hot. We're going to strike while it's hot. The Miami Heat. This year, as we're looking at game one of this very, very tall task they have against the number one and the winningest team this year in the NBA, what would be a successful end of the season for these Miami Heat, Vlad?
By Heat definition?
By a realistic
realistic.
We want to be realistic here. No, I mean, yeah, of course, winning the NBA championship. Heat culture, baby. It always wins out. Come on.
7-game series by the Heat.
Yep, I'd say that. You take it to 7 and you fight and nip and tuck and you give the Bucks all they can handle.
But
successful
like
season.
I said earlier, nothing's going to be considered a good season to the Heat unless it's a deep playoff run.
Yeah.
And I don't think excuse me, I don't think that a first round exit to Milwaukee, especially in a gentleman's sweep or even 6, is gonna leave a good taste in anyone's mouth, especially with the Heat. I mean, we've already said that they have to do something with this roster next year. Like, this cannot be the same team. You can't bring this team back again. Like, you have to make some moves. They have to make some adjustments. Certain star players may be traded, not Jimmy, but the other two, between Bam and Tyler, like, this might not be the same roster.
Okay.
This cannot be the same roster. So I think realistic, a 6-7 game series is probably going to be a good thing for them, but it's still not going to be like what they wanted, what they expected.
Yep. Miami Dolphins, sky could be the limit. And when I say sky, I mean sky. I'm not saying Skylar Thompson. Sky could be the limit. Successful end for the Miami Dolphins, realistically.
All right, realistically, it's too damn early to be saying anything right now. Now, I know like I said, on paper, they look great. They look like they have a better team on paper than they did that end of the season in Buffalo in that wild card loss. If your quarterback can stay healthy, no concussions, with the talent on paper, if they play like they're expected to their expectations, they're definitely getting into the playoffs. I don't know if they're going to be the division winner. I don't know. We still don't know because they may not, like, they don't have any first round picks or third round pick in this year's draft.
2nd, 6th, 7th. We talked about that.
So there's other teams who have talent like the Jets, and they have draft picks like the Jets, and they're about to give
away a bunch of those draft picks, though.
Well, we don't know. That's the thing. We don't know. We still don't know. We don't know. And we don't know what's going to happen with other teams. Like, yesterday you were talking about the great general managers. They had a rankings of the best general managers, and Chris Greer was number 15, I believe. He was mid. I think he was properly placed.
Yeah, we both agree with that. I thought maybe
but who was the number like top 2?
Eagles. Eagles number 1. Kansas City
was number 1. The number 2 is Kansas City, right?
And then 3 Bengals.
And if you take a look at Kansas City's draft this past season, 4 or 5 of those guys were key contributors on that defense.
Got to hit on the draft
in that Super Bowl winning team.
Okay.
So yeah, I think it's a little too early to start saying.
I'm not too early.
Oh man,
I'm ready.
Too early to preview. It's like watching the spring game and start thinking that the Canes can go to the national.
We're gonna get to that. We're gonna pump the brakes.
Stop.
We'll talk about the college football playoffs in a minute. Look, this team is in win now mode. They're doing everything to win. The easy, reasonable explanation would be just win a playoff game. That's the goal. Win a playoff game. I'm not saying that. This team needs to make it to the AFC Championship game for it to be considered a successful season. I'm not saying win it. No, if you win it, that's extra. But I'm saying this.
Wow, so you're not even saying wild card victory. You're not.
Nope.
You're going.
Nope.
So you expect them. So wait, do you expect them to win the division?
I expect them to win the division. Yes.
So you expect them to winning the division, and you're expecting them
to win one playoff game.
So are they going to be a top seed in the conference?
No,
or
they'll be second.
So they'll be the 2 seed behind who? Kansas City?
Probably something like that. Yeah.
Okay. And they'll be hosting a game. Are they going to be hosting 2 games in
No,
Miami?
No, because Kansas City will probably.
No. I'm saying if they win, they're hosting a wild card game. Only one team.
Oh yeah, that's right. It's different now. So you got to win 2 games.
So there's going to be 2 playoff games in Miami.
2 playoff games in Miami. That's going to be great. I'm gonna tailgate for both of them. I'm not going to go to either one of them. But tailgate like crazy. Then
this guy thinks it's going to be 2 home games in Miami, and even there's 2 home games in Miami. It's not like that's a playoff.
I'm just saying that's
that's a home field advantage.
It's a realistic, successful season. You look back, you say we have all the talent in the world. We got to the Final Four. Yeah, okay. I would have preferred winning the Super Bowl, but don't we all? I would say that right there. You could go to sleep at night saying, yeah. Anything short of that, you got to kind of be like, what could have been?
So far, you have the Heat. Good season would be first
losing
7 games.
Losing 7. Yeah. It's realistic.
You have Dolphins AFC Championship.
Yep.
And now we're going to the Panthers.
You want to go Panthers? Let's go. What do you say?
Panthers are in the postseason right now. So
right, let's go. Let's go.
Kind of skipped ahead of them.
Successful Panthers. I know. I get Dolphins. I get so fired up about them. They're so good. I say successful season for the Panthers. Push this opening series to 6 games, losing 6.
Losing 6, so lose at home.
Yeah, you're gonna have to.
So if they lose at home, do they get does Paul Maurice and the boys get like a yay from the fan base?
Yeah.
Yeah. Even though that
better be better next year though. Better, yay! Be better next year. Yay! Love you guys. Be better next year. Don't do this next year. Don't do this to us next year. Yay! right. Love you guys. What are you thinking? Realistically, once again.
Gentlemen sweep.
Okay. You and I are close. We're close
I
on
know,
that.
I think they losing. They'll be losing 5. I think they could get swept, but like I said, if line plays crazy,
Yeah.
that's the only. Like I said, a hot goaltender can do wonders.
Okay.
So that's their best. That's their best bet.
Let's take it down to Coral Gables, the football team. We saw them during the spring game, in the scrimmage game, whatever you want to call it. Realistic, you're happy with what's going on with the Miami Hurricanes. What is a realistic finish that you're satisfied with? If you're a Miami Hurricanes fan.
9-win season.
Yeah. I say just show improvement.
9 wins. I
You
think
show improvement. You win, maybe win your division, go to a bowl game. Don't just totally not show up for the bowl game. And I'm happy. I see improvement.
9-win season.
Okay,
That's all I can
that's
say.
all you
That's
need.
all I'm saying.
I need you to show up at the bowl game. I
say-
really do. I need that good taste in
You're
my
gonna
mouth.
get a bowl game this year, I believe, but it has to be a legitimate bowl game.
I need good taste in my mouth.
I'm not no Cheez-It. Not like the Cheez-It bowl. I need a
Independence
legitimate
Bowl.
Yeah, I need a legitimate bowl where we can travel.
Feel good.
And we
Feel
can
good.
go enjoy the new town or something and destroy the town.
All right, Hurricanes basketball team coming off an Elite Eight.
I'm
and a
not
Final
talking
Four.
about that. I need to know what recruits are signing. It's a little too early. It's a little too early.
So you're gonna bypass the
Yeah,
women's
I bet-
team because I
I
don't want to leave the women's team
They're
out.
not going to be what?
I don't
They're
wanna leave them out.
sanctioned. They got
Oh
sanctioned.
yeah, so we know exactly. Just play well. That's all we're worried about. And then FAU, we're gonna just wait and see. 10-year deal for Dusty May. All right, way to go.
Lock that man down for a good while.
Inter Miami, they gave us all the hope in the world. 2 wins to open the season against what we thought.
Are they
was
going to
pretty
win
good-
this cup coming
They lost
Saturday?
5. Yeah, of course they are. I think they're going to win every game, but that's the thing. Realistically, what would be for you a
Playoffs.
successful yeah,
Playoffs.
I'd like to say playoff win.
What's
Just get to the
crazy
playoffs.
is that I've been saying this. Fox odds have them the 6th best.
I know. Because they haven't had Campana. He hasn't
6th
played
best
a lot.
team
and
to
He's their
win
best goal
the
scorer.
MLS Cup this year.
Joseph Martinez has yet to score a goal. He's been in and out. He's been playing for the Venezuelan national team. Big ups to Venezuela. Love you guys. Your goaltender's been great, but nobody's scoring goals. You haven't scored in 3 weeks. Now
Crazy.
4 weeks because, well, it's going to be 4 weeks. It's crazy. So, okay. And now let's talk about the Marlins. Got a winning record right now. What are they doing? Oh, I missed what we'll check it.
They were down 3-0.
Oh man, Sandy's having a rough season.
Sandy's
by his
had a
standards.
rough
by
week.
his standards.
He's had a rough week. Phillies destroyed him, and
Opening day
the
wasn't that great.
D-backs are biting them.
Okay,
5-0 now, middle of the 8th.
Not scoring runs either.
They are not scoring runs. They are not giving him runs either. But
They never give him runs. Like,
But Diamondbacks had a big 6th inning.
so let's go ahead. What would be a realistic good finish for the Marlins if you're a Marlins fan like me?
15 games below 500.
Really? I'm gonna say 500 and you make the playoffs.
You're
Or
not
play.
making-
or
You're, not
win
ma-
it.
you're not making the wild card.
Come on,
You're not
man.
making the wild card. Dude,
I'll
they're
say 500.
At best, they're the 4th best team in their division.
I'll say this: if they finish 500, I'm happy.
Oh, if they finish 500, you should throw a parade on 8th Street, Calle Ocho.
Marlins culture doesn't celebrate that.
No. What do you mean? What are you talking about? They're not celebrating that.
I would be very happy with 500.
They finished 500, boy. They should lock down the streets for a week. Lone Depot Park should be
Skip Schumacher.
What? They shouldn't have a statue right after, like outside the Lone Depot right now.
We're not going to go into all the reasons why I still believe in the Marlins and all the reasons why I shouldn't believe in the Marlins.
Shouldn't believe in them.
But nonetheless, do you believe though tonight in the Heat they get the Bucks game 1? Anything can happen in a game 1. As they say, anything can happen in game 7, but in a game 1, good thing is neither team has to hit the panic button if they lose. We're going to have pregame coming up at about 4:20 today. Vlad and I are going to be taking you there. We're not gone yet, so hold tight whether you're watching on the Twitch page, the YouTube live page, 560 WQAM. You might be on the Odyssey app or simply listening on the radio at 560 WQAM.
Hey, want to see the ugly mugs that
Sports Day on 560 WQAM, an extended version. It's going to be taking till about 4:20 today, getting you ready for the Heat and the Bucks game 1 of those Eastern Conference playoffs. Woo, this is the point where everyone's a little bit nervous. You don't know what you're going to look like as a playoff team. Hopefully the Heat, they can do what they got to do. Maybe kind of shut down. When I say shut down, slow down Giannis Antetokounmpo, Chris Middleton, Drew Holiday, DiVincenzo, Brook Lopez. There's a lot of players on that team, man. There's a lot of players. What's his name? Grayson Allen. Oh, man.
I don't like him.
I don't think anybody likes Grayson Allen. No.
I don't like his smart.
Let me tell you, I told you about the Bam barometer. If Bam's doing good, you should win. Grayson Allen, if he starts balling out, Heat fans, it's going to be a long night.
Him. We haven't even mentioned Chris Middleton. We haven't even mentioned Drew Holiday, Brook Lopez, Bobby Portis Jr.
Let's see.
Pat Connaughton. They have a deep team, bro.
Let's look at their players and let's see if they scare you. I'm not even going to ask you if Giannis Antetokounmpo scares you because
that goes without saying.
If you say, "Oh yeah, we want that smoke," doesn't scare me. We got that. Go ahead. Go ahead.
That better be a gas. I don't want no smoke.
It's like somebody putting a loaded gun in your mouth saying, "You scared?" No, go pull the trigger. I ain't scared.
No, I don't want none of that smoke.
Chris Middleton. Some people might say, "I ain't scared."
Don't want
of him.
none of that. Don't want. I tell you, he's probably their most clutch performer.
He's tough.
I don't want the ball in his hand. He can get a basket.
Drew Holiday, who
another one
of the best two-way players.
Yeah. Let me give you an example of how great Drew Holiday is. Drew Holiday, if he's a great player, and if he's on offensively, forget about it, because he's gonna give you everything on the defensive end.
Mm-hmm.
But remember that game 5. Is it game 5? Yes, I believe it was game 5 against Phoenix in the NBA Finals in 2021. He got the steal on Chris Paul that led to the alley-oop dunk that Giannis had that pretty much put the game, that iced the game for Milwaukee. But he did not have good offensive game. But the last 2 minutes of that game, he had the biggest defensive plays, and he made the plays to give Milwaukee the victory. That's how good Drew Holiday is. Sometimes he does plays that are not even a stat sheet. He affects the game that you can't see it in the stat sheet. You can't see it. You have to watch the game. He is such. I don't want to say he's underrated because that's what we always say about him. I have so much respect for him, and to me, they have a great big three when you talk about Giannis, Chris, and Drew.
Speaking of big, Brook Lopez. That's another barometer right there. Bam, you cannot be outplayed or equally played by Brook Lopez. You have to outplay him big time.
Mr. Evolution. Brook Lopez has gone through 3 evolutions of his playing career. He's changed as the game has changed. He used to be a 20 to 8 guy. That was one knock for being a big man. He doesn't really crash the boards that much, but he was a great low post threat in his days with the Nets, and he somehow has evolved with the game. Like I said, he's changed his career. Now he's a great defender, and he's a very, very good 3-point shooter big. He's a very good shooting big. He almost gives you like 38, 39, 40% from the 3-point arc. So when you got a guy that could play defense, and now he's also a threat offensively, and sometimes he'll break out some of those old school low post moves. He's a perfect fit for that team. He's the perfect fit for that athletic crazy wing that you have.
I don't even know if Milwaukee just broke down Brook Lopez like that.
Right.
We got some other guys, though. Some people say I'm not scared. Some people might say they're scared. Let's run through a couple of them real quick. Grayson Allen.
I ain't scared of him. I just want to punch him in the face.
He can get hot, though, man. I've seen him get hot.
I want to punch him in the face.
Bobby Portis.
Bobby Portis scares me.
He's a good player.
He's a very good player. And he got crazy eyes.
Joe Ingles.
Vet.
He can shoot.
Vet. And he plays good defense. He plays very good defense. He can get under your skin. Joe Ingles can get under your skin.
Mr. in the right place at the right time.
Very much so. Always.
Pat Connaughton.
An athletic wing.
killing you softly. He'll kill you softly.
You don't think he's gonna do anything? Out of nowhere, he'll bang it on you, and he can shoot the three. And he's a good defender as well. They're a good team, bro. They're a very good team.
We're not done yet, though. Now let's go to the corner of former Heat players that are currently with the Milwaukee Bucks.
Oh my God,
Jay Crowder.
Jay Crowder wanted to come back to Miami.
Why didn't we get him? I don't know.
Yeah, so he's got smoke for them.
He sat almost over half the season on the Suns. Didn't play.
He's got beef. He wanted to come back to Miami after that. After the bubble run, and we didn't offer him. Well, they didn't offer him a contract. He went to Phoenix, and now he's helping Milwaukee. He's a dog. He's a vet.
Yes, indeed. When the going gets tough, he gets going.
Yeah,
he's got that intangible. What about Goran Dragic?
Oh my God, Tobin's crying right now. If Goran comes back and haunt the Heat,
do you expect him to haunt the Heat?
Of course, I expect him.
Really,
the Dragon.
Maybe. I don't know though. I don't. He doesn't exactly strike fear in my heart just because of his age and his time.
Are you kidding me? If Goran comes in the game and starts hitting those jumpers and is penetrating and finding the man for open looks, getting easy layups, he scares you. Because that's another guy that if you double team Giannis to try to get the ball out of his hand, they have players that can hit wide open shots.
So he's averaging 6 points a game and 2.5 assists a game this year. Not in total fear right now, but
Goran in the playoffs, he's money. He's money.
I mean, I'm saying this just because he is a former Heat player. Myers Leonard. Not scared, but I mean,
we don't have any Jewish. Do we have any Jewish Heat players?
I don't think so.
Okay,
but I mean,
no, I think
not
we do.
Scared, but
no, I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of Myers Leonard.
And then, I mean, you don't want to forget about some of the other players that get some times here and there. Javon Carter, he's a solid player, but I mean, he doesn't scare you, I don't think. Wesley Matthews, he plays, doesn't totally scare you. And then Giannis Antetokounmpo.
I'm not worried about Giannis. Wes Matthews is one of those guys. He's a vet.
He's a vet. He's been around.
A vet. Yeah, he's around. He's one of those guys that he may not play 2-3 games, but when his number is called, he's gonna contribute and become a factor. So, they got a good deep team, bro.
They do. Javon Carter, good player. Comes in there, gives you some good minutes. Goran Dragic, good player. Comes in there, gives you some solid minutes. He's got that playoff mentality. He's been through it all. He kind of knows the Heat. He knows Heat culture. And Jay Crowder, we could have used him this year. Man, I really thought it was a done deal when he sat out with the Suns that the Heat were going to find a way to get Jay Crowder back here to the 305, and it just did not happen.
And that's the thing. If you realize the Heat haven't done that in a while, when they went to the bubble finals run, you had Iguodala, you had Jay Crowder, you had a good core of dogs, like vets who still who know the game, play the game very smart, and can contribute offensively as well. Hit a clutch three, make the right decision, get the ball moving when it becomes stagnant, and don't have it on this level, this Heat team right now, this roster of this Heat team.
We're going to see if they're up to the task in just a little while. It's going to be at 5:30, the tip, which means it's probably going to be more at 5:37, 5:38.
Yeah, it all depends on how long this Laker Grizzly game goes.
Right.
If it's 2 hours and 15 minutes, 2 hours, 30 minutes, it probably will tip off like 5:42.
I was going to ask you, do you like how the NBA and a lot of leagues hold the curtain sometimes? They say, no, let the game play out. I don't have a problem with it.
Listen, any game, no game really starts on time, except for the playing game for some reason. The playing game, if it says 7 p.m., it's starting at 7, like no later than 7:02.
But I don't mind them holding
But
the curtain.
these games, they tell you the tip off is that they tell you the game starts at 7:30, like 5:30, but the tip off is not really till 5:41, 5:42. Right. So, and then if this game is going on, the playoff game before the Heat and Bucks go on, they're going a little bit longer. They're gonna hold the tip off time.
I don't mind it,
so that everybody gets a chance to watch the game.
And then, of course, if it gets egregious, then they say, look, you got to start.
Then they'll put it on one of their sister stations.
Right. But that's what I'm saying. They'll hold the curtain for as long as they can.
Yeah,
and then if it gets to be too much, they say, okay, I don't mind it. It gives you more time if you're going to the game, to get to the game, to get settled. And if you're watching the game, then it gives you time to finish up the game before, and then you can watch your game.
The Heat fans will want to watch the Heat game from tip-off to
the
end of the whistle.
Yeah.
Right? So, to the last whistle. So, therefore, If you have to delay the game, like you said, give them time to order, give them time to park, give them time to get to whatever
Because Heat fans
establishment.
need their time.
And it's South Florida, of course, man. It's got to be a look.
It was so
you gotta
funny.
Make an entrance.
I think I was talking to Hawk and Crowder this week when I was filling in for Solana, who's coming in. I was like, such different cultures, South Louisiana, South Florida. For Pelicans games, tip-off is at 7 o'clock. Mom's like, the game starts at 6:30. I said, no, Mama, the game ain't starting at 6:30. They're going to do pregame. She's like, well, why aren't you watching the pregame? So that you get that people will take off a half a day of work to make sure that they are there for tip-off. South Florida, you're lucky to see tip-off on TV, and I mean, no one hardly ever gets to the game on time. People make it an effort to be there for the tip. South Florida, it's just a different culture. Not saying which one's wrong, which one's right. I'm just saying very different cultures. Some cultures they value and they make it a priority to be there ready, not miss a second. Other cultures say, yeah, we're going to get there. We're going to catch the most of the game.
Okay. You could argue that point, or you can argue the other point. There's a flip to it that, one place has got a lot of things to do. So therefore, when they get there, and the other place has not much to do. So
we could do
that's
that.
your life.
And also you can argue traffic, but once again, that gets back.
I'm not even talking about traffic. I mean, it's South Florida, bro. Like literally, put it this way. We had a month of events going on down here, sporting and just regular social life. And I would have rather gone to a lot of the more social life events than the sporting events. You had the World Baseball Classic. You had the Miami Open. You had
pickleball,
but you had also concerts. You had
Janet Jackson and Ludacris.
You had Janet and Luda last 2 days ago, and tonight at the Hard Rock. So if you are bored after watching the Heat game, or you're excited after watching the Heat game, and you want to enjoy the festivities, go to the Hard Rock Live and watch Janet with Ludacris opening for her. But there's a lot of things going on down here. So yeah, if they get here by the middle of the first quarter, that's a good thing. That's a great thing. There's a lot going on in the 305.
No, I'm not arguing that at all.
In Louisiana, there might not be that much going on there.
But I'm talking more people make a priority to be in their seats at the tip-off of the game, no matter what. It's priority
it's
number
a
one.
look, man. Shorty's got to make that walk.
I know. I'm just
She's got to do that. She's got to do that runway walk.
I'm not saying
to the floor seats.
I'm not saying either fan is a better fan than the other. I'm saying they're just different. No one's better than the other.
I'm not saying it's different. I'm just letting you know what the mindset is. You got to just respect the mindset.
I am. I love it. I think both people are right. Both fan bases are correct in what they're doing for the reasons they're doing it. Much love. We're not going to miss, though, the tip-off. We're not going to miss anything. Solana's coming up in just a few, but Vlad and I got one more segment to get you Heat ready here on 560 WQAM.
560 Sports WQAM extended version with my cousin Vladimir Luson. I am Dan Day. Sports Day. You can text in real quick, 556-70560. Of course, YouTube Live, Twitch, and the Odyssey app. Not to 560 WQAM. Got a text from 561. Haitian Max. Got me a little nervous. He said, yo, D-Day and Vlad, did the Dolphins cut Craycraft? I didn't see it anywhere. No way, they just signed him to another contract. So, no, I looked everywhere. River Craycraft is safe with the Dolphins. But they did sign, or supposedly will sign, another receiver, former Cardinals receiver. Got a very nice name. I don't know. Vlad calls him, I call him Chosen Anderson. They've agreed to a deal most likely. So River Craycraft will be in that crowded. I like a crowded running backs room. I like a crowded every room in the football team. I don't mind it. I don't mind it. Hopefully, we appreciate Haitian Max, man. Haitian Max. Now you got me wanting a prestige. Now I got to go to Jensen's and get some prestige beer. But we appreciate you listening, Haitian Max, as always. Woo, stay listening because game one, Heat Bucks coming to you. 5:30 going to be the tip-off. In just a couple of minutes, our dude Alejandro Solana, he is going to get you going with preheat. Tommy Tighe going to have the pregame. Jason Jackson on the call. Then Tommy Tighe and Alejandro Solana going to get you the post-game. Woo, man, I'm telling you, they have a good feeling about this one game. I'll say this, Vlad. I have an okay feeling about this one. Not a good, not a bad, just an okay feeling. To me, it's like a round one of a heavyweight boxing match. You might want to feel each other out a little bit. Just saying. You're fighting a heavyweight, I can tell you that. Let's talk about it. You expect Goran Dragic. Do you expect Goran Dragic to go out there and maybe have a little extra juice? No. And you think he's going to be a thorn in the side? You got to play Goran though if you're the Bucks. That's interesting. Will we see Victor Oladipo? We know in spurts he can score really bad, really good, and then we also know sometimes he can do nothing. I'm glad you bring that up because he tweaked his knee, they said. I think that's depending on what happens. A lot of the rotation depends on that. Kyle Lowry goes out there and he can ball and he's not having problems with his knee. You're going to see a little bit of shorter rotation and not see some Victor Oladipo. But if Kyle Lowry goes out there and just can't really give it 100%, give it a real go with his knee, you might have to rely a little more on a Victor Oladipo and some of the other guys coming off the bench. So that is a great key to the game that you bring up right now. Kyle Lowry, how is that knee and how is that motor? Because you need both, Kyle Lowry. You need some love from love. You can't win without love showing love. Yeah. You'd like to see Gabe Vincent get off, get a couple of good points, feel himself a little bit, get into a groove. Like I said, everybody say, well, you're asking for a lot. Well, you got a lot ahead of you. So what would be a successful night on defense for the Heat with Giannis Antetokounmpo? What do you think numbers-wise you would say, okay. Make them earn those 24 points. I agree, though. I agree. Low 20s, and he has to earn all those points? Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of effort spent getting that 30. That's okay. Look. Jimmy's got to get to the hoop. Yeah, Drew Holiday is a tough guy to face up against. But if there's anybody that can do it, it is playoff Jimmy. We expect playoff Jimmy. We don't only expect it, we need him. It's one of those things. Jimmy, no more nights off this year. You get no more nights off. We need playoff Jimmy each and every single night. What is your biggest wild card to the game? I like that you said Kyle Lowry. That's going to make a big world of difference. Oh, yeah. Give us some points, Victor. Thank you for giving us some time today. This has been Sports Day. Alejandro Solano with Preheat Next. For Vladimir Luison, I am Dan Day. This has been Sports Day on 560 WQA1. Later, slug.